All right, I'm going to call today's special city council meeting to order. Since I'm also the talent today, I will be calling roll as well. Councilor Kimmy. The answer is here, Mayor. Thanks.
Yes. Here.
Thank you. Councilor Teeter.
Here.
Councilor Duggar.
Here.
Councilor Hartmeyer Prigg.
Here.
Councilor Husson.
Here.
I am also present. I do want to say that Councilor Tivnon is excused today. She had a medical incident and she is currently in the hospital. And so Jenny and I have been keeping close tabs on her and we'll give updates as we hear them. I tried to encourage her to join the live link from her hospital bed, but she refused. Well, her husband refused on her behalf, but she will be missed today, and I think her kind of calming presence will be missed. Also, I'd like to point out that Ashley and I didn't just dress similar. We're wearing Beaverton's newest fashion. I redesigned the mayor's office logo because Councilor Kimmy complained over and over again that he didn't have any lapel pins. And so if we do a sign-up sheet today, we have these upstairs in my office. If you tell me your size, small, medium, or large, we'll bring them down on a break. As well as new lapel pins that everyone can wear that just say when the city was incorporated and a bit of a seal, because I think our old logo looks like an insurance company. And when I wear it out in public, people ask me what brand of insurance I sell. So we do have some new pens. We also have some note cards. If anyone wants thank you cards with the design that we had done with the Reeser in the middle of it. It's our dignitary gift this year. So we have posters and note cards. So if we do a bit of a sign-up sheet, someone can start on a break. I'll run up and grab that for everyone. I want to thank the council. Obviously, finding today was the Lord's work. We've been trying for 5 months to find a date that all of us could come. And so we do have a long day together as well as tomorrow after work. I'm excited for this time together. I wish as the mayor that one of these years we got to start not under duress, under a budget issue with in crisis mode. I think we know that our community is deeply hurting, that we lack the budget resources to meet the moment, that we're doing everything possible within the framework of our charter and with our humanity to address the problems that are going on. Since I've been mayor, we've battled COVID in a historic heat dome, winter ice, and it just feels like one thing after another. And I mean winter ice, not as in the like Gestapo that's going around and kidnapping people off the road, the actual ice that stopped our city and turned off the power in downtown Beaverton for 7 days last year. We are heading into likely a tough winter, a delayed winter, as we know. And so we're going to be doing a lot of things this year. We also know that the likely enough signatures to get the transportation tax on the ballot, which is also going to leave us financially constrained and heading into a short session. This is Salem's first session where they're going to be facing cut scenarios, something we have developed a muscle to. What happens in government relations when they don't have money to hand out, they start doing policy work. And they start doing policy work that impacts us, that comes with more financial need to address the issues they're doing. With all of that as our backdrop and as we're starting today, I want to remind the council and our executive team, we still have a city to operate under duress. We still have to deliver core basic services. We still have to make sure that our staff get what they need from this weekend, which is clear direction from the council. I think we've had a lot of years of boring. I don't want to use that terminology again. This seems like our reality. Cuts, dwindling budget, 5 and 50 is crushing us. And I still think yet there are still ways for us to shine. There's still ways for us to meet the moment. So I want to really encourage us to use this time together wisely. We do have new executives that have joined us since last time. We have Scott, the city attorney. Maybe that's it. Is it just Scott? All right. Just Scott is the only new executive that have joined us. Oh yeah. And Nicole, who does communications, that came to us from a lot of other cities. She has reminded me over and over again, she grew up in Beaverton, so she's not an outsider. Oh yeah, and Elizabeth, I feel like Elizabeth has just been here forever. We've been in the drink together for so many months. She left another city under financial duress for greener pastures, and I don't know what they said to her during the interview process that convinced her otherwise, but here she is doing the same work she was doing for the city of Gresham. She's been a fantastic partner to have in the library work and with the fiscal sustainability work. And I would have to say their fiscal sustainability presentation to the council, I think, really was one of the best ones that we've had around understanding and foundation. And I'm so glad we had that going into today, so we don't have to spend a lot of our time together discussing the budget. There's many more days ahead of discussing the budget. So get around, talk to the new executives, you control the meeting, but I would suggest that we shift tables, get to know new people, use your breaks wisely. And with that, I will turn it over to the facilitator.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your comments and getting us started. Nancy Hetrick with Raftellus. Nice to see everybody this morning. This rainy Sunday morning, here we are. We just need like a campfire or something to bring it all together. Today, I'm joined by Catherine Carter, who leads our utility side strategic planning. So she and I do the local government side. She does the utility side. We work together hand in glove on a lot of this work. And so she's here to help facilitate and also capture the comments and the discussion. So we'll be working through this together. Also, Julie Giesecke is here with us. Julie does visual facilitation. I think that for some of you, you may have seen her work previously, but it's been a number of years. And so for many, it may be due. Unfortunately, we have structural impediments, but we're going to work through that. She's going to capture the conversation. She's going to capture the themes and the takeaways from our time together visually over on the wall here. We can move the pieces around so that you can all see them as they become available, but I think you'll find that it really provides a different dimension to our time together. So I wanted to introduce Julie as well. And if there are things that you are reflecting on and that you are wanting to make sure gets captured, if you're not seeing them, please feel free to make mention of that, but she doesn't know. Also want to just take a moment to say thank you all for making time over the last period of time, we'll just say, for individual interviews with each of the council members to provide thoughts and input that really help to inform our time together and the agenda we've put together, which I'll go through in a moment. Also, I've had an opportunity to spend time with the executive team and then also all managers just last week. And so there's a lot of good information that we're able to bring into the room to get us seated as a result. And so I'm hoping that this will be entirely productive and really provide some clarity, some specific direction that will help you navigate the months that are ahead, which is a lot. There's a lot going on. So really our purpose and our time here today and then tomorrow in the evening covers 3 topics. The mayor mentioned that we're not going to talk about budget. Well, we're not going to talk about the numbers of the budget, but we're going to talk about a framework for the budget. So we will spend some time thinking about discussing, refining to the degree that it makes sense to do it. How are you going to approach that? You know, what are some of the critical criteria, rules of engagement that are going to be really important to making sure that everybody feels confident and clear on the path forward? And so we'll spend time on that. It will be in part informed by work that has been done through the executive team and all staff. So we'll let you weigh on that. We'll use the metaphor of the rider, the elephant in the path for those that may have back in time memories of a popular book called Switch. It provides a nice narrative and metaphor for having a conversation around difficult decisions and change in particular. So we'll use that as our framework. And then we will build off that and really have a conversation around the top priorities for the next 12 to 18 months, knowing that you are beginning a process, will be beginning a process to do a longer term strategic plan. We want to make sure that there is clarity amid the budget process around what the council identifies as top priorities. So we'll spend the afternoon, the balance of the afternoon, focusing on that and defining what success looks like within that. Tomorrow, we will shift gears a little bit. We'll recap to the degree we need to do that. We'll make this your time. We'll be fluid in what we need to do. But the hope is tomorrow evening, we will start to engage the conversation on longer term planning. So do a sort of a soft launch, if you will, elements of the strategic plan. What does it mean? What does it look like for you? And start to put some juice into it about what are the elements that you'd like to see. So that might be a little more fun than perhaps the stuff today, but today is very important for all of you and for the city and the organization. So that's our purpose here. We're going to see now if the clicker, it does work. It does work. And so welcome. Here is our agenda for today. It sort of recaps what I've just attempted to go through. But you'll see we're gonna do some context setting early on. We'll do quick introductions, get everybody's voice in the room, get us started. But then we'll do some context setting, and that's going to take us some time this morning. We want to make sure that we have chance for reactions, conversations, discussion. But what are the things that have been accomplished over the past year? What are the key initiatives, those important things that are taking lots of time and energy of staff today? Really to help inform our conversation later this afternoon around potential priorities. So we'll hit that context setting, and then we will hand the clicker over to Dan, who will give us a preview of the community survey results. You'll have a formal presentation of that in 2 weeks or so, the 16th. But we want to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity to have some of those insights inform priorities. And so we'll have a little bit of that introduction, also time for questions and reflections. My guess is that's going to take us through the majority of the morning. We want to make sure there's time for reflections along the way. We will then tee up the metaphor of the rider, the elephant, and the path. Toward the end of the morning, we have a short, very short, 5-minute video that introduces the metaphor and the topics. We'll give a little bit of context and background. Then we'll break for lunch and have some working lunch activities around that. And then in the afternoon, we'll talk more intentionally around the framework for developing and identifying solutions to your budget challenges, and then priorities. That would be the afternoon. Wrap up by 4 so that everybody can actually have, an evening of Sunday, maybe, I don't know, get regrouped, and then we will pull you all back tomorrow evening in the evening. So that's our agenda. Good for today? Great. So want to get everybody's voice in the room, get us started. So we'll do some quick around the table discussion or introductions. And so, just quickly your name, your role, just for the benefit of everybody in the room or whoever may be joining us virtually to listen. One hope for our time together. What are you looking to get out of our time together in today's session as well as tomorrow? And then a little, hopefully more fun prompt. Which is if you could magically gift the city one non-budgetary, non-personnel thing this holiday season, what would it be? An example might be we would have perfect weather. It would never rain, although that might not be perfect. Whatever you define as perfect. So we'll go around, and so you can share kind of a fun idea, hopefully, that answers that question, and we'll get everybody involved. And so because I have that extra prompt in there, I will look for a volunteer to get us started, and then we will go to the left from that person as we move through. So who wants to get us started and put your neighbor on alert? All right, there we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Travis Lucky, the Chief Information Officer and Director of the ITS department. Speaking of voice in the room, I'm sorry, last night I was at 70s and 80s bingo, and it's a great group. Everybody was singing, and somewhere between Blondie and Bon Jovi and Queen, I lost my voice. Covering. If I could magically gift the city, since I'm in technology, I'll keep it simple. I was reading recently and seeing a video of these cool portals. So it's a portal, it's like, let's say 7 feet tall, digital screen that we could install right out by the TriMet stop there into one of our sister cities, and they have an identical in the metropolitan area there. And it's cool. You see the members of the community coming up, looking, and people waving at each other. Really neat way to build bridges.
Your one hope for our time together?
Oh, I'd just say, like, building trust and confidence in one another, getting to know.
So we're going to have some portals and we're going to build trust. Those are good things to get us started. All right, and so to the left, we're going to move. Councilor Kimmy, please.
I don't know why you volunteer first. My brain doesn't work this early in the morning. I know, right?
We said to the left, and so I had to check my assumptions on
Okay.
that, so.
Edward Kimmy, city councilor. My profession is chiropractor. I'd like to get to know each other a little more. There's some changes to our executive team, and I don't know many people, and I'm a more like a personal person, so get to know each other a little more. I work better with that way. One gift, I'd like to give everybody a karaoke mic. So if somebody goes off wire, somebody gets mad, just have a mic and start singing. Bring the group together.
Travis will go first,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. You go first. All right, you're next.
Love it, thank you. All right, Scott.
So one thing I've been thinking of lately is we do stuff and no one knows about it. So I wish we actually had I mean, this is a mixed blessing, a local press that actually paid attention to what we do. Maybe I'm wishing we were back in the 80s, I don't know. But so that would be the wish, so that the community would actually understand what we're doing. And as far as the one hope, I can't say it any better than Travis or Councilor Gimme, that trust, confidence, and just to get to know each other better.
On to the mayor's suggestion, we'll make sure to move around a little bit so you have additional time with different people at the tables.
All right, good morning. I'm Elizabeth Coffey, Assistant City Manager. One hope for our time together. I'm really interested about the exercises tomorrow around the vision for the community. So I think that will be really interesting for me, particularly as a newer staff member. For a gift, this is going to be super wonky, but we really need a new enterprise resource planning system, and I would love. But that's a budgetary impact. So my gift would be that we would get a magic switch that instead of it taking a couple years to implement, we could just flip the switch and we would have a new system.
Oh
just
my God,
already
if
in
only,
place.
right? Okay, that's right.
Sorry, Travis, you're stuck with the portal. My name is Kevin Teeter. I'm a city councilor here with Beaverton, and my hope for our time together is shared buy-in and direction, shared vision. Basically, just understand where we're all trying to go, and an idea of some of the steps that we can take to get there. Gift that I would want people to receive here in the city is a sense of belonging and safety, that they are at home here in Beaverton and that they can continue to call Beaverton home and feel safe and thrive here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kenya Williams, Chief Equity Officer. One hope, new inspiration, or different types of inspiration. One gift, maybe more time with community.
Gift of time. Love it.
Sorry, arm doesn't work. Hey everybody, John Duggar, City Councilor. For my one hope for the time together, I'm gonna be weird and say I just hope I get better at my job, and I'm gonna think about that through the lens of relationships and as the other folks have said, just get it because I think we all have growth in front of us, continued growth. If I could magically gift the city of Beaverton one thing, I would want everyone's family to be really healthy and safe for a while, because I think I've heard a lot of people are just hurting right now, or their family members. We have a counselor that's injured. You know, just the peace that comes with not having that fire burning at home, I would give that. Yeah.
I think some of you know my situation at the moment, so I would take that gift like in a heartbeat right now. So I'm Nicole Sherbert, Communications and Community Engagement. What I'm hoping out of this, I think because I had missed the last time we did the rider and the elephant, because I tend to be that person who is the rider and says like, okay, if the elephant's cool, he can just stay there and we're going to go down the path real quick and like deal with the
Don't need a
elephant
lot of
later.
work, everybody.
When we get there. But I think it's really, really interesting to see how everybody else takes that and compartmentalizes all of the emotional side of it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that's addressed by everyone when we do that workshop piece. And in terms of magic, if we're going to go with magic, and you said perfect weather, so it just hit me that it's winter. So I want like magical snowy weather, but snow that only falls on like the medians and on our grass. And like, so the roads and sidewalks, Tim, I got you covered. That part is all still good, but we get the magical winter wonderland.
Beautiful. Love that. Yeah.
Dan Weinheimer, Assistant City Manager. I think for my hope, it would be, I guess I come into this room in this setting thinking about Curly and his one thing. I would just love to have maybe a few more. So, like add those fingers of additional direction and goals and things like that, so that there's just more breadth and more of our employees see themselves in the goals. I think I would, as much as I like the portal, the digital portal idea, I think I would actually like have to underscore the ERP switch idea, because I do feel that as well, and the need for all the things that are going to come with that, as wonky as it may be.
All right. There's a couple check marks for yours, right? Nice that people like that. Okay, Patricia, you want to go next?
Patricia,
Oops, is it on?
Patricia Anderson Wick, HR Director. One hope for our time today is that we get more clarity around our direction moving forward, so we can really get some more intentional work done after this weekend. One hope for me is that I'm really into deep joy, not just happiness. And I really want to see our staff having more joy around the holiday season. It's a time of a lot of anxiety for people and a lot of separation, especially around the way we celebrate the holidays and how commercial the holidays have become. And so if I were to have a magic switch, I would let the commerce of the holiday season disappear, and that we would just all be in euphoria. That's what I would want. So that's what I hope for.
Good.
Can we make that happen?
We'll get right on that. We'll put that, yeah.
Yeah, just perfect joy for staff.
Yeah, no, I love that. That's nice.
I am Ashley Hartmeyer Prigg. I am one of the city councilors. I think my hope for our time together is that people come with curiosity, and that we embrace all the ideas, because I think we've got to get really creative together. So just that people, even if you think it's weird or wonky, to bring it up. Let's hear it. Let's talk about it. This magical gift is so hard. All the things that have been said have been good, but I'm going to go with brand new roads through the whole city.
Yeah, no, it's magic. It's magic, so there's not a budget implication. Yeah, right, yeah. If we can do nice snow without it hitting the roads, then we can certainly do roads without a cost.
Kim, do you want to come hug her right now? It's okay. I'm Jenny Hari. I'm a city manager. One hope, I'm going to do city manager tactical, that we come out with some very specific priorities that are going to guide the next couple of years. And the thing that I would want kind of for the holiday, Christmas, I guess if that's what we want to call it, is I want magical mental windshield wipers, which basically means that, you know, as things are looking kind of challenging, we can just turn that kind of windshield wiper on, and then we can take a step back and we can see all of the amazing things that are still going on despite our environment around us. And so that would be my wish for the community and for the organization.
And mental windshield wipers. We just clear lots of the clutter out of their barns.
Magical mental windshield wiper.
Magical. All right. Andy.
Good morning. I'm Andy Varna, the Community Development Director for Beaverton. This will be my third sort of semi-retreat in 4 days, so I'm just hoping for alignment, which I'm seeing more and more of that in the organization and in the leadership. And I guess selfishly, a magical gift for me would be just a a very awesome shared multi-use path all throughout the city that would connect our neighborhoods. And I'm not even talking TSP, and this is not to butter up Tim either here, just I think trails are wonderfully therapeutic for communities and they connect key areas. So that would be my my gift.
Some of these are on brand, I think, across the room, right? Thanks, Andy. Chief.
Good morning. I'm Chief Stacy Jepson. My voice too is a little wonky. It's not from singing Queen. It's from yelling at a basketball game for my middle boy. Yes. Yes, Mayor. I'm gonna read here.
Oh, there you go.
So for help.
Awesome.
Hello, everyone. My name's Nadia Hassan. I'm a Beaverton City Councilor. My hope is similar to all the themes, just building trust, but also helping me find a way to articulate some of the things that I think sometimes I struggle with. So that's being a little vulnerable with you all, just like what I'm seeing happen, and just being able to talk about that and help you all stay curious. My magic gift is moratorium on all emergency situations. So no storms, no accidents, and nothing. And the reason for that is that if we don't have anything additional, hopefully staff and the community can just like focus and have their windshield wipers and take care of themselves.
Space for a deep breath to get things done. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kim Carroll. I'm the library director. My one hope for today, again, is like leaning in with curiosity and just hearing the perspectives in the room and using that brain power to get us moving forward. And then for my magical gift, I would like everybody to have some time to spend with the people they love and bring those people together, because a lot of times the people that we love are not in our community. So bringing them and having the space to share some time with them.
Good morning, Jocelyn Blake, Government Relations. So my hope is, I would say piggybacking on alignment, but that I also hope that everyone feels like everybody's in alignment, like that we come out with a shared understanding and that we're able to communicate that in one voice. And then if I had a magic wand, this is reflective of where I am with the baby at home, that I wish everyone could have whatever kind of holiday that you celebrate, celebrating it through the eyes like you're celebrating it when you're a child, and how special that is for the first time.
Hi, I'm Tim Elsey. I'm the Public Works Director. For what I'm hoping that comes out of this is clarity, curiosity, and that we have courage to make difficult decisions, because we do have difficult decisions to make, and kind of building on that. And I don't mean for this to get too frou-frou, but that, I'm sorry, that the public could understand the heart of the people in this room that are making these decisions, right? And not only in this room, but for like the Public Works employees and the other employees that they have working for them. And that, you know, President Obama once said that if the decisions were easy, they wouldn't make it to his desk. And the decisions that we have to make are going to be difficult. And I wish that everyone in Beaverton could understand the heart of the people in this room that are trying to make those decisions.
Dang, I would not call that frou-frou. I appreciate that. I do want to like observate one thing before I go on to mine. I remember distinctly when I was at Virginia Garcia interviewing for our senior psychologist. And the question I always asked was, what do you do for fun? And the candidate I didn't choose said, I read psychology textbooks. And I think along the way, someone said, you need to tell the interviewer what you think you want to hear. And our two ACMs here, like, went deep into the like government mode. So I want later on to hear a different answer from both of you around that gift that you would give us, because I don't want you to be the psychologist at Virginia Garcia that I remember 15 years later in the interview. I do want to say, though, we do have a lot of good trails, Andy, and I would encourage you to look at trails through an economic lens and get us a rad map and connect it. And I look forward to going on a bike ride with you and Kevin and John to show you our favorite trails and the actual connectivity of our community. Because as we talked about this week, I do think it's massive and investmentful. Yeah. Yeah. So I look forward to your map, though, because it's not been done yet. I appreciate that. I would say my hope together today, I've had a lot of, I was given a great opportunity with a Rodell Fellowship that I'm in to go away for 5 days where they pick 20 Democrats, 20 Republicans from across the country. They strip your party label, they put you in a room, you read foundational documents about America, you really go back to the core of like why you're called to service in the job. And so coming off of that experience right before Thanksgiving, one of the things that I think is really missing in today's politics is compromise. And it feels you're with me or you're against me. And what a lot of times what I feel from the public is if you don't do it the exact way I want you to do it, then I am not going to vote for you. You're not doing your job. And so compromise is a big word that I've come around to lately, because I do think if we were to take away the public viewing of our decision making, and the blessing that Salem has in their caucus meetings is that ability to talk and compromise and come out with better solutions. We have to do our work from the dais in a public setting. And so we become very kind of in a way of the people that raised us in politics. So compromise is an important word, and clarity. So compromise and clarity from the room about the most important thing, because we do get derailed based off the crisis that's in front of us, and we kind of get off of our main duty. The gift that I would give to our community is civic understanding. And I think I spent a large term of my job as mayor explaining what we can do, what we can't do, what other levels of government do, and not as a way to shirk responsibility, but it allows us to lead with our superpower. And I think when we're given our ability to lead with our superpower and the resources at the local level, and we could work together with other levels of government, we're going to do really great things. So compromise, clarity, and civic understanding.
What a great way to bring it all together. Thank you guys for your ideas. Also, I do want to not miss the opportunity to say thank you to Jesse and John and Jolene, who helped pull all these things together too. So just want to make sure we say thanks. Okay, very good. Well, thank you. And you can see over here, Julie's starting to capture the conversations here, the hopes in the room, also our magic superpowers, because we really do want to tap into some of those superpowers that you all individually and collectively possess as we're talking about how to navigate through the budget challenges and set priorities. It's not hard. I mean, it's not hard. It is hard. It's not easy. Okay, so we do have a few suggested norms for our time together, as we like to do, and we can augment them based on some comments as is warranted. First of all, coming to these conversations, the table groups, the large groups, your time together, really listening to hear different perspectives, listen to understand where people are coming from. And that's, hopefully easier to do in a setting like this than in a more formalized, structured setting. Really taking that opportunity and not missing that. Engaging in conversations, staying focused. And I know that on a Sunday all day, that's a lot. And so thank you, first of all, for making the time to be here. So we want to make sure we're focused and use it well, sharing your ideas along the way. And that's the driver. Being open to new and different perspectives. I think this is, kind of being curious and listening and hearing each other and not just falling into the rhythm of what's comfortable and the conversations or maybe the perspectives you've had before, but trying something new on for size, I think is always healthy and contributes a lot to the room. And then looking for opportunities to agree. particularly as we start talking about the framework for navigating the budget challenges. And as we start talking about priorities, we'll be listening for where is our agreement? And I can tell you from my conversations, the interviews that we had individually, there's a lot of alignment. And so really it comes to the perspective of what does that look like? Let's define in an intentional way what that means, how that can inform budget decisions, priorities for the organization. So we'll listen for that as we're navigating this afternoon on priorities. So those are some suggested norms. Anything we need to add or change, or are you guys all okay with those? Thumbs up if we're good. All right, wonderful. So we'll have this available. Also, I think you know by now, I like to use a tool called the bike rack. So if there are topics or ideas or things that really warrant additional time, energy, follow-up, any of those sorts of types of topics, we have a place to capture those. And so we will, as we always do, include them in our wrap-up report from our workshop time together so that you don't lose that. But it also allows us to stay on task. Because there are a lot of different tunnels we could wind our way down and through. I would offer at any time, if you feel like that's what's happening, say, I think we want to mic rack this item, and anybody should be encouraged and empowered to make that suggestion. We'll capture it and we'll make sure that it comes back to you as a part of the summit. So that's our bike rack. So some basic engagements. And so now we're going to get into some content. And so I'm going to hand it over to Jenny, and she's going to talk about kind of the things you've been able to achieve over the past year, which are many, and then talk about some of those big rocks, the big areas of focus that the staff has been spending a lot of time on of late. So I'm going to give you the clicker, Jenny. Want to use that? You can do it from here.
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Before I get started, I just wanted to acknowledge that, I'll take a few minutes to share with you some of the accomplishments. I think many of these are going to sound very familiar to you, but that's a testament to the work of the leadership in this room with both the council and the executive team, and also our leadership team and the 600 other plus employees that make this happen and this work done every day. I do have some handouts that actually I'm going to give this to Nancy. This is the detail for y'all if you want to see the background on some of the things that I'm going to share with you today.
I think there's a couple for each table, right?
There's a couple for each table, right? There should be enough for each counselor to have and to hold on. So the first area that I want to touch on, and again, I won't go through all of these items, but is communication with respect to engagement. And so we have started some new initiatives. We have a Beaverton blog that we're planning to launch in December of 2020, so this year. We've also begun the process of centralizing our communications, something that I think the mayor and I have been talking about, and we're piloting this model with community development that, as you know, does quite a bit of community engagement on many of their projects. So that would be an opportune time to look at how we can start centralizing and better improving our communications across the organization. The NAC events, I know that you're very familiar with our neighborhood association committee events. We've had 15 this year and about 833 volunteer hours. If you want to know how much that actually equates for just July through September, it's about $30,000. So we really get a great value from our volunteers and deeply appreciate them. The other note here is that we've touched and had direct contact with over 700 residents. And just to give you an example of where that's occurring, that's at our National Night Out, our Welcoming Resource Fair that we partner with CBOs on, Beaverton Farmers Market, First Street Dining Commons are just a few examples of where those touches are happening. The other is that I mentioned community events, and just to kind of place in your mind where those are happening again. And these are the collaborations between our NACs throughout Beaverton. So the garden showcase, picnics, cleanup days, tree planting, kids nature walk, shredding events, and neighborhood sales. This is where the magic is happening. We were talking about magic earlier that I want people to keep in mind that happens throughout the year. And then the other is that we've launched an Engage Beaverton platform. And this has been really helpful because when we were pushing out the community survey, that helped us get connected with over 1,000 views. And so we have a multi-channel promotion going in. Engage Beaverton is just one of many ways that we're using our electronic tools to do that. And then the last I just wanted to wrap up with on this is that the partnership with the mayor's office to work with the Bloomberg Harvard Fellowship Program has been really instrumental of helping us move the needle on several of these goals that I know they're important to council. So community livability, we have a number of accomplishments in this area. Some of the things that I just want to note here are three in particular. The Cooper Mountain Area Plan, staff has worked really hard on that and council as well. That's something I know is important to the council and getting over the goal line and continuing as we work on the nearly 5,000 units that will come out of that plan in terms of residential and commercial development. But the other more important one is the advanced downtown affordable housing work that we've done and TOD or transit-oriented projects. And some examples that I want to leave you of what I mean by that include Meadowlark, which is 104 affordable housing senior units and childcare on the bottom floor, which will be activated. The El Monica Station, that's another 81 affordable units. And Bureau is also selected developer, as you know, for the Lombard West, which is 231 mixed income units and childcare, and the Center and Hall project, which is 158 units at that site. So that's an incredible body of work because of the direction that we've received from the council and boots on the ground employees that are making this happen. And then the last one I wanted to highlight, which we haven't talked about too much, is that we've transitioned 500 individuals into permanent housing. And that is a direct benefit from having a shelter in which we find out who needs help. And so very proud of the work that's happening in our shelter. Equity and inclusion, we've really been starting to move the needle on this work thanks to Kenya and his team. We've hired a strategy, impact, and belonging manager. One takeaway that they've done recently is implemented an accessible document policy and training. We're really working on making our documents accessible. You'll see more information rolling out on that. And then the other that you're familiar with too is hosting a belonging speaker series. We've done a number of topics for neighborhood connections and disability and justice, and we'll be taking those internally as well to staff. Governance and legal, I think that this also is something that resonates with the council. We've updated our council rules, our permissible expenditures policy. I won't have to say too much about that. But I think the most important takeaway here is that we've begun the federalism litigation efforts to protect city's interest and the community. And I think that's a real testament, again, to the council and understanding their priorities and values. From a financial and organizational wellness perspective, we've enhanced our purchasing card experience. These are called peak cards or our credit cards, setting parameters, but also creating flexibility when we have travel and charges that we need to make. This is really an internal benefit. Advanced fiscal sustainability projects, as the mayor noted earlier, we've been working really hard on our fiscal sustainability plan. And those also include conversations around the transportation utility fee, local levy option, and then a monthly services fee as well. One other important piece on this is that we've reduced our voluntary employee turnover by nearly 8%. That's down from 4% from the prior year. So this is really important about retention and keeping our employees. And this is kind of goes to, I think, Patricia's comment about wanting to bring deep joy to our employees. And then wrapping up, you may know about our Empower Supervisor training. Just a couple of things I wanted to share on the organizational wellness piece. We've done 8 interactive workshops with our supervisory team, hosted 3 drop-in sessions on engagement. And we have what's really cool is launched an on-demand supervisor resource page to give them the tools that they need for over 300 supervisor visits alone this year. And then the library, we're launching a strategic plan, and we'll talk a little bit more about how this can tie in with our strategic plan work on a citywide basis. And so far, we've had an engagement of about 1,400 responses. The WCCLS levy was approved, and we've had some great celebrations with respect to our children's room expansion, and then, of course, the 25th anniversary of the library. And then with police and court services, so much activity here. I'll just pull a few out. Expanded traffic safety with new photo radar locations. Just to remind you of where those are or where they will be, 160th and TB Highway, Canyon and Copel, and that's both ways. And we're waiting on ODOT to be able to launch those. And then some other great news I wanted to just reiterate that we are now the All Rise Mentor Court. That's great work from our municipal court folks. And then, of course, we've secured over $160,000 in grants, one for case management assessment, and then the other for our Be Sober program. So we're continuing to make great strides in this particular area. Technology, we've implemented free public Wi-Fi on our bookmobile, which has been fantastic. And one of the things that I just wanted to highlight that Travis has done really great work, which makes me very excited. He's created an AI Center of Excellence and Digital Accessibility Hub. And what that just means is this is a one-stop shop for employee training and internal tech resources to really support the use of AI and accessible digital content. So I really appreciate the innovative work that's happening in technology arena here. And then wrapping up is the work that Tim's shop is doing in transportation and infrastructure. We've completed the Sexton Mountain Pump Station with hydropower, which is really great. But one of the big things is the installation of nearly 6,000 AMI meters. And so that means that we're saving about 5 million gallons annually. So that is a really great achievement. The Kemper Booster Station, I know you all know, is under construction. And then just kind of wrapping up too with some of the mayor's leadership is using some of our student fellows as a traffic calming program procedures. There were new procedures implemented and developed with some of her team, and then as well as introducing the neighborhood street mural program, which I really appreciate Public Works' initiative around that. So I'm just going to pause really quick and see if there's comments and reactions. I know that's a lot of information and you have quite a bit of detail in front of you.
Also, if there are other things that
Or anything I missed.
Yeah, anything else you want to add that you're particularly proud of?
So this is Kevin Teeter again. I'm really happy, Jenny, that you pointed out all of these things. I try to stay focused a lot myself on all of the great work that the city is doing, because it's really important for us to tell the story to the community so that they know what they're getting for the taxes and fees that they pay right now, and how basically how great of a deal it is, how great of a bargain these services are, like extremely high quality services for relatively a pretty great cost. We do a lot of great work that often goes under the radar, and just seeing a lot of it, this isn't even all of it listed out, but seeing a lot of it listed out, I think deserves some recognition and celebration.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing because this has been on my mind a lot. There's chaos all around us, right? You see it daily on the federal government. It stresses me out, no doubt stresses you all out too. Even in Salem sometimes, you know, look at the transportation bill, stressful, right? Like it doesn't seem, and then I was like, local government, like some of our neighbor cities are experiencing chaos, right? Like what's going on in Tiger, Portland, various places around us. And I just love the fact that although this is a grab bag of accomplishments, Beaverton government never stresses me out as a resident, not as a city councilor. This is a really competent government. It's a competent group of professionals doing really competent work. I'm incredibly proud of the fact that like this never, I mean, I get stressed out being a city councilor for various things, but like as a resident, your water, like everything's on time. It works. Like you're never embarrassed. You might disagree with the decision sometimes. You're never embarrassed by this government, by these professionals. And there's a grab bag. We could all add 10 different things, but at the end of the day, we deliver consistently without being embarrassing or stressful for our residents. And that actually makes me incredibly, incredibly proud.
Kind of reminds me of like thinking about like the storm that's above the water and that down below the water line, the fish are still swimming, right? You know, the ecosystem, you know, works its way through. There are blips along the way, but the ecosystem is working.
Ashley. Thank you. Ashley Hartmeyer-Prigg. So I was trying to keep up note taking. It was impossible, Jenny. Well, thank you for the printout. She just told me I didn't need to take notes. Duh. But just like the fact that there is over 600 housing units built or underway, incredible. And over 50 families moved to permanent housing, and our shelter's been open barely over a year. Like, that is real impact and delivery and value. And I mean, that to me, I know that there's so much work that make those things happen. And I don't want to call this out to diminish any of the other work, but to know that we have 50 families that now have permanent housing, I mean, that's so impactful. That is just an incredible milestone and accomplishment. And to know the housing that's coming, that's how we take care of our community, right? We just, like, that's a basic need that the city is helping deliver for our community. And it just is so important. And so just a huge thank you, because I know that everyone in the city has a touch on that, right? There's not a single person, I think, that isn't participating because of the complexity of these things. So that to me was just the biggest highlight. Really, really impressive. And thank you.
Nadia.
Counselor Nadia Hassan, I just, as someone who's probably been here the longest, like, it's Jenny to see this and to be like, oh my gosh, this is a lot of like blood, sweat, and tears from some of us on the council side from like a policy perspective, but to see all the work, and it's Jenny, but it's all the people in this room, but it's all the people on staff that are really helping bring to life a lot of the work that we really envisioned and dreamed of. And so it does feel so nice to see all of this. And I'm gonna like take this and show it to everyone, because I think it is easy to lose sight of the work that we're getting done when so much is happening around us. So thank you so much to all the staff who really make this happen, truly.
Well, keeping in mind too, this time last year when we were together last, like, the shelter had just opened. Like, that was the big accomplishment, right? And so then to see the fruits of that effort and the next level, the next step is really powerful. Staying focused. Mayor?
I think a lot of times I get the luxury in the mayor's role and my longevity in the building to kind of see a lot of these projects differently. I think it shows up in the way that I talk about it. What I want to point out a couple things, one for the staff and one for the council. As one of the original framers of the charter, the one thing that we always had in mind was that the mayor and the city manager would work closely together to accomplish things. And not just things of the mayor's desire, but things of the city's desire. And if you look at what she chose to highlight this year, which there could have been a lot of things, a lot of it was around partnership and pairing the city manager and the mayor's office talent, right? Of going out and getting resources and having the city manager execute them to deliver what the council wanted. Traffic calming is something really sexy, but wasn't on my top 10 things that I wanted to accomplish, but it showed up every year in the council priorities. And it was something every year we had to take off because it just didn't fit in what we were trying to accomplish with reduced resources. And the city manager and I worked together to help deliver that for the council in a way that didn't cost the city a lot of money, in a way that brought in outside expertise. And so I just want to encourage the council that there's not one way to get things done. And I think a lot of times when we come into these retreats, we death grip on, I need to see myself in them so I can tell the people I've done things. And look at this list, like, every single elected official was part of this list. And like, nobody is going to care who generated the idea. They're going to care whether it was accomplished and was it done in a way that was fiscally responsible and addressed people's needs. And the shelter is a great example of that. I think we built the shelter so that everyone felt like they were winning. And when we cut the ribbon last year, everyone from the governor down got to take a victory lap. And so we have to think about our roles in this building differently to accomplish things. Under extreme fiscal distress, it is really hard to do things. But what I want to say is, like, we did a lot of great things when we let everyone's talent come together. And we have spent a lot of time in this room fighting over whose job is what. And this list shows that, like, the charter works. It's unique for us. And it is doing exactly what the framers intended it to do, which was deliver for the city. And so I hope everyone in the room sees themselves in these accomplishments. I certainly see every single one of you in these accomplishments. I know every single one of you touched these, have called me about it. We've brainstormed about it. And I want to give the city manager, who takes a lot of shit from all of us, just a lot of credit for managing the ship in such a way that I'm sure she goes home and her husband is her vault of information, and I'll have to take him out for drinks sometime to hear the truth. But she keeps us all honest. She keeps us moving in a good direction. And just for the record, and you can please add this to the notes, the city manager and I fight more than anyone in this building. But it's from a healthy place of our roles and responsibilities and getting stuff. And she makes me a better leader when she brings the staff's perspective into my decision. And my hope is she sees a little bit of the humanity in the council as we're trying to do and accomplish things. So thank you for this list, Jenny. It's pretty remarkable.
Just underscoring, this is a team sport, right? Together is how the magic happens. Keeping the magic theme going on, like that, it happens through that.
Since everyone is speaking,
Peer pressure.
I don't want to be left out. Edward Kimmy is counselor. Recently, I was asked by a young couple, like, I know you're a city councilor for Beaverton, but I have 3 kids who's young. Where would you recommend me to establish my roots? So I was thinking quite a bit, like at least a few minutes. I said, you know, Beaverton is a great place to live and raise your kids. I said, oh, why? Like, you know, tell me something more about it. We do our things done. Everything works. And even though I'm in the city government, we work really hard to make things happen. We got parks, schools, and we have a sense of belonging. So I raised my kids for over 20 years here, and I can recommend you can raise your kids here. I think more I think about it, I thanked all the staff, even though we had quite a bit of changeover, that we have this ship running well and all underneath while everybody's entertaining. You know, was it yesterday, 2 days ago? I was at the park lighting the Christmas lights. I was so surprised. So many people showed up. They're enjoying themselves. Bring the kids out. And what was the animal? Yeah, alpaca. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, alpaca. That was so fun, you know. I don't know how your dog dealt with that, but yeah, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. But this is such a Jenny's presentation. No color, no picture. I love it. You know, I'm just saying, little bit more picture next time. Yeah, thank you.
Out that normally I'm the one that's curt and direct and he's the nice one. So I'm glad we could switch roles today.
See, team sport, Mayor. I told you. Yeah. Sure. Like, no, the fact that you, the testament of really at your heart being able to say, this is a great place to raise kids and be, you know, bring your family. It speaks to the community. Serve every day, which is really great. Okay. Well, you know, congratulations to all. We did it, you know, lots of work, obviously, and we know how important it is to take a pause on occasion and be like, hey, let's just see where we are, because you have all of the pressures of everything else, and you can lose sight of the progress you're making in critical key areas that you've identified. All right, so Jenny, you want to bring us back to those things that are ongoing?
All right. Well, in Beaverton, all roads lead to damn good things. So we're going to talk about key initiatives. And some of these, there are 7 that I want to highlight. I know there's a lot of text here, so you don't have to worry about that. Counselor Kimmy, there's a really nice picture there for you. So you know, yeah, your lawns are watered too. All right, I'll get it back on track here. So the first one is good government and fiscal sustainability. We know that we've got our path forward with respect on that. So I don't want to talk too much about the fiscal piece, but we are actively pursuing a number of revenue tools that the council is aware of. And so we're doing good work on that. And that does fold into what good government looks like. Our efficiency efforts are continuing kind of behind the scenes. I don't have a lot of detail listed here, but we're continuing to expand on our assessment and our improvement academies internally around process improvement. We have court service and assessments underway to look at our systems. So that work is ongoing and will run behind the scenes so that we can continue to be smooth and efficient and spend those tax dollars wisely. But our focus remains incredibly intentional. We will continue to embark right on the citywide strategic planning endeavor, which Nancy talked about. That will be focused on tomorrow. But that's going to be really important because this is where the good governance comes in for you all, is so that you can start to align those council goals into something greater. And this is what our staff is really, really hungry for in terms of understanding from the tactical, what does that all build up to? And so that we can kind of stay the course. And so I think that I'm really excited to hear your perspective on what that path looks like. The other is that we want to also use this as a reminder that good governance and good government is about responding to core services and service prioritizations. And part of that also is something like safety, right? We talked about what's happening at the federal level. And so we want to use this key initiative, which, as you know, many of those are already underway with respect to what's happening in our environment, particularly in Beaverton, as a reminder that we're going to continue to fight the good fight. So I want to underscore that because I think that that's going to be a theme for the council today as we start talking about what priorities are. Environmental sustainability, this is not a surprise to council that this is here. BCAP will continue to move forward. This is something that we want to make sure that we're giving the attention to greenhouse gas emissions, and is also something that sometimes can take a back seat, and we want to keep that at the forefront. I know I've continually heard over the past 4 years movement on this is important to council, and this is why this initiative is noted that movement is happening, and we want to continue to have this be top of mind. Economic development and workforce support. This is incredibly important, and we are actively working to update our economic development strategic plan. Keep in mind that this is a citywide endeavor. We will focus on downtown, but we have a lot of other amazing businesses in the city that we also want to make sure that we are wrapping in care with our update. Looking across the city, making sure that our efforts are balanced between the downtown and the city, and leveraging some of the important businesses that we have in our industrial area and bringing back kind of the West 5 perspective. I know we did some work with the mayor's office on this, and this will be a continued focus given some of our constraints around our industrial footprint. And then there are 4 other ones that I want to highlight for the council. Utility infrastructure, as you know, is important. We want to keep that tap water running. But a couple of things to get in front of you is we're focusing on water supply, water storage, and also sewer upgrades. But the Willamette water supply system project is actually anticipated to be complete in 26. And that is a huge accomplishment for not only Beaverton, but for our partners as well. And many of these, of course, are noted in our CIP. And so I wanted to just continue to put a focus on the utility infrastructure. We talked earlier about the accomplishment of the AMI meters and things like that. These are all the priorities that are falling into infrastructure. And again, they're continuing to move forward as we do a lot of other important things, such as focusing. And I did this next bullet a little bit different because we talked about housing and livability, but really, I think our initiatives are around managing good, smart growth, doing it in an equitable way, and making sure that we have the care that's needed for the community and that we're not losing sight of community wellness, particularly given what's going on all around us. And so, again, I just want to emphasize what we're seeing when we're approaching community wellness. And I noted these earlier in the accomplishments, but it's the Meadowlark Place at Holland Fifth. It's doing the senior-focused affordable housing. It's the Center and Hall redevelopment, and it's the Cooper Mountain plan. All of these things, I just want you to kind of reimagine those. They're not just housing projects. They are a blanket that we are wrapping around the community and holding them tight. And that's what I mean when I say community wellness. Transportation system update and downtown loop. These are the most exciting projects that are happening. And you heard a little bit from staff the other day on the TSP. We're going to continue to work on a walkable, bike-friendly, and transit-oriented community. And those are investments that we'll be making. Remember, the TSP identifies kind of what our transportation network should look like and where those future investments will be. And so this is a long-term marathon approach and not a sprint. And the loop demonstration project is actually going to be coming up, and this is the larger endeavor to be able to create that pedestrian safe traffic footprint around downtown, crossing two major arterials, right? Farmington and Canyon. And so just to remind you that we are continuing to do the grant work on this, and so we are very optimistic that we're going to continue to get funding for this project. And then wrapping up smart tech and smarter services. This has got to be a focus. We have to work smarter. We also need people to do things, but we also have some really cool tech tools that we can do to make our efficiencies for the community and take their tax dollars and maximize it in the best way possible. And so we're starting to do that through AI. As I noted earlier, I'm really proud of Travis's team for the work that they're laying for that, and a foundation to modernize our citywide systems. We will get that ERP system for Christmas. So, Danta,
No
take
problem.
note of that.
I
All
know
right.
this, right?
Yes. Yes. So just those are, I just want to pause too, because I know that there was a lot that, and I didn't click on that. That was the highlights of the housing piece that I was sharing with you. All right.
Okay, so we have up here on the slide just a summary to capture it of those kind of the major overarching key initiatives. We wanted to make sure that those were in the room. Particularly, we'll refer back to them this afternoon, those things that are ongoing, and when we're talking about priorities, you know, is the things to continue with, what's missing. So we'll have that conversation this afternoon. Julie has been capturing the content over here as well. But I want to first ask if there are any questions, comments for Jenny. We don't feel obligated to all go around. You're welcome to. But I want to just kind of do a check and see if there are questions or things that are not here that are important to get in the room, and then we'll take a break. Comments, reactions, things that are currently underway. Obviously, there's a lot of detail that done. All right, well, let's take a break and we're going to come back. You can stretch, run down the hall if you need to, fill up your coffee if there is more. Hopefully there is. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about the community survey results. Again, all of this is context setting for conversations this afternoon. So it's, let's call it 5 after, come back at 25. Is that okay? Or is that too much time? Perfect. Good. And it's Sunday. I mean, come on, right? Okay, 25 hours. Please pause. I think now I am. I can hear the echo. Okay. So we're going to go through kind of the survey results kind of at a high level. You're going to you're going to have a full presentation from the consultant who administered the survey, but want to make sure that you have some insights, some of the takeaways. So Dan will take us through that. If you have questions, comments, reactions, we want to have some space and opportunity to get that in the room, but also recognizing that you may have additional time and more complete answers when the consultant is here as well. So we're going to do that, and we'll see how much time we take and we use that. Then we're going to introduce the framework that we're going to be exploring in the first part of the afternoon as well, related to the budget challenge and how to navigate that. So we'll introduce the metaphor, and time permitting, I think we'll be able to start some of the conversations at your tables around some of those elements, and then we'll break for lunch accordingly and come back as a group to share responses. And so a little sneak peek preview of where we're going to go and what we're going to do. So now I'm going to give the power over to Dan.
Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about the community survey. I'm going to try to give you some key findings and information from it without stealing the thunder of the consultants who are going to come to present to council on the 16th. So there'll be more opportunities, and it will be probably a good idea to think about areas from my presentation that you might want to ask in more detail. You'll get with the council packet a lot more background information in detail to look at. And I will say, the nice thing about the survey is there's a lot there, but it is, I will admit, a little overwhelming at first. And so the multiple bites at this probably are going to be beneficial for everyone. So just a little bit of background about the survey. We used a survey instrument that is owned by Polco. It's called the National Community Survey. The reason we selected this survey is that it is used by about or more than or somewhere in the realm of 500 cities. The marketing materials are all over the place, but the beauty of that is that it is both statistically valid. They send the survey out directly to a selected group of households in the community to make sure that you have a geographic diversity of responses. So neighborhoods from all over the city would be giving feedback into this instrument. And they also manage it for margin of error to try to make sure that we get as small a margin of error as possible. So they will prompt folks that they've directly sent it out to make sure that they've responded. It is a large survey, so it does take a little bit of prompting to get those responses. But the nice thing is that we can trust the data because it has been statistically validated by the company and a third party running it. One of the other benefits of this is that the survey is then compared, the beauty of the 500 cities, we are comparable to other cities that take and use the instrument. We don't really get to tweak the survey itself. We can eliminate pieces of it, but we can't add pieces of it, if that makes some sense. We can, and we did purchase the opportunity for custom questions at the end of the survey. So we added, and I will talk to those at the end of this presentation. We added several questions that we thought would be helpful year over year as we retake the survey instrument. But the benefit of the benchmarking is we can benchmark to ourselves. And so as we take it year over year, and we hopefully are making a positive impact in the community, we will see the scores going up. But we'll also see areas for improvement and areas where maybe the scores have gone down. And that'll give us an opportunity to dive into what's going on there. The survey, like many surveys, is also meant to be kind of a starting point. It's not the end all, not the be all. It's good data. It's statistically valid and useful data, but it's data. So, it can be used and thought of in many different ways. We can, try to put ourselves in the mindset of what are the people who took it thinking. We can also then use it to ask more survey questions in the future or go into the detail of what is happening in a particular area that we're seeing the scores lower than we might want, or just trying to get more information. So the survey was in the field this summer. the July 18th to September 15th. We also did an open survey, so a little bit after the July timeframe, from August 8th to September 15th, we did an open survey for all residents to participate in. This summary is really focused on the target sample, so the folks that we sent the survey to, but we were able at a lot of community events to make sure that people had the opportunity if they were interested. We posted it on the website. I think in the future, we could probably do more around the front end to kind of let people know this is coming, you know, be excited. This is an opportunity to give us feedback, and we plan to use it. But this being the first iteration, we got a response rate, 295 completed surveys, which the more we get participation, the lower our margin of error gets. We had a 5.7% margin of error. The folks at Polko said that that was about what they expected. That was within the realm of most of their benchmark cities, especially for the first time doing it. So good result for the first survey. We had a very similar response on the open survey as well, just for information purposes. Let me move on to the next one. So this survey, or this slide summarizes the survey sort of summation, I suppose. The way that they look at the questions is thinking about community elements and the things that make up kind of a strong community. So there are 10 elements here, facets as they were of livability, and they're ranked here on the left for quality. So the percentage of respondents who gave us high marks or low marks or any marks in terms of quality for those. Sorry, it is a little small. Feel free to move around. But so it's ranked by quality of the responses for those elements or facets. The right of the slide is the importance. So it's interesting to kind of look at that and think about what was or is the most the high quality ranking that we got is for parks and recreations, also trails. And it's interesting to kind of hear the talk this morning about things that we've enjoyed about our community, things that we have aspirations for. Trails came up as pretty high, right? And so that's awesome that people in the community share that same appreciation for the trails and for the systems that we have. Natural environment is also high. Safety is highly rated as for high quality. Something I think we knew we had some work to do is at the bottom is engagement, inclusivity. We actually get high marks or higher marks on inclusivity than you might think based on the numbers here, 44%. But bottom line for all of this, we are within the sort of similarity. We are within benchmark for all of these. And so that's an interesting thing to think about. That just means that we're within 10% of plus or minus, or 10 points plus or minus for all of them. So inclusivity and engagement is low across the board for 500 cities that take this, right? So it's a relatively low mark. So I think an opportunity across the board. But anyway, something to be mindful is that we are within the expected sort of benchmark for all of these facets. So this table takes the same information of the quality and importance and looks at it in terms of the gap. So it's ranked now in terms of importance. So from top to bottom, the importance that residents have placed on those facets of livability. And you'll see that the economy is the top, utilities is the second. Kind of speaks, I think, and again, this is me, and you know, a few of us kind of brainstorming what this could mean. So I think we can have a discussion about what do the findings mean. But you know, thinking about the economy and the gap there in particular, it's obviously a relatively large gap in terms of the quality of the service, and you know, where we are in terms of its importance. Speaks to people's uncertainty and their feelings about the job market and about housing, and you know, a lot of the things for a sustainable lifestyle in Beaverton. You know, speaks to some uncertainty that people were feeling over the summer when they took it. The utilities is actually a much tighter, comparably difference between the gaps there. So hopefully we're doing well in terms of delivering the expectation, both for the quality, which I think, is still high at 72%. But people still want, or see that as a very important element of the services and the facets of the community that for them. So it's important that we are investing in the utilities and making sure we have high quality utilities for residents. Parks and Recreation and Health and Wellness are two on this that we've flipped. So it's interesting to think about that we are delivering, according to the survey results and respondents, we are delivering a higher quality than maybe they place the importance of. So we can back off. No, it's a good thing, but it is an interesting thing where, I think, we are over delivering almost, you could say, in the way that people think about their recreation amenities and maybe the link between those and their health and wellness. The accessibility of health and wellness is also medical and other things that you might imagine from a health standpoint. All right, my thumb keeps moving off the button. So let's quickly dive into some of the key findings. On the good side of the ledger, we've got, I think, a really good marks on high quality of life. 90% of the folks who responded would recommend living in Beaverton. And I think Councilor Kimmy already stole this information, right? But a lot of people would recommend this as a place to raise their children. 73% of respondents. Interesting, 52% of the respondents would say that it is a good place to retire. So not exactly sure the gap there or why the difference, but it's good to think about that they would recommend and that people plan to live here longer than the next 5 years. And so people think highly of their community, they feel good about it. The economy, we were higher than the national benchmark for shopping opportunities and for the variety of businesses and service establishments. You can think about the benchmark is cities across the country. So, it's one of those things that will play across the results of this. But we've got obviously a lot of pride when, when there's an article about a new restaurant opening, people are sharing that among their social media following and really are excited to go. And we're seeing a lot of people come to and take pride in a lot of the shopping opportunities we have here. I think around safety, it's interesting that 77% overall feel safe in Beaverton. 96% though feel safe in their neighborhoods, and 88% feel safe in downtown and the commercial area during the day. That's, I think, great for us, and it speaks to some of the work that BPD has done, and frankly, that we've all done in investing in a lot of the safety amenities and just the awareness of the downtown environment. The environment overall, I think people like the air quality. I'm not sure we have a lot to do with that, but that's good to know. And the cleanliness of the city is also rated very favorably. So that is something we can control, and it's good to see that we're getting high marks. Yard waste collection, oddly enough, we were above the national benchmark. Not sure what to make of that, but obviously, it's good that people like a service that we're providing. And then lastly, I think I've already mentioned that Parks and Recreation is rated highly. The utilities actually, I think we had mentioned before as well, the importance of the utilities. We are higher than benchmark for drinking water services at 83%, saying that we provide a high quality service there. And we're higher or near benchmark or at benchmark for sewer service and for garbage collection. So again, these are the things that people use, consume, need from the city. They're not providing themselves. They're looking to government to provide for them, and they're rating them highly. We are above benchmark, and you might imagine this in terms of transit use and transportation, and people who over the last year are using transit, are carpooling, are walking or biking. That just makes sense when you think about national, what other cities look like and the accessibility that they have around transit opportunities. And just a shout out for Kim, our library services were 91%, which is at benchmark, but still something to be proud of. So there were, of course, some opportunities as well where we had maybe some lower scores. And I think, again, like a lot of this is trying to get in the mindset of the folks who responded. It's probably very hard to do just based on the data. So we probably will want to do some additional surveying or see as we input new service offerings or new programs, what that looks like in measuring in the future and whether we've seen an increase in the scores. But opportunities around economic development and affordability, I sort of mentioned before, but the idea around concerns for job opportunities at 35%, cost of living is 25%, so people feeling concerned about those aspects. Availability for both housing and childcare, and access and availability of mental health care were all on the lower side in terms of scores. Again, these are benchmark though, so maybe really sad for all of us nationally in terms of how people respond to these things and are feeling about the economy nationally. We also have opportunity around sidewalk maintenance and traffic signal timing. If you want to get super wonky, I'm sure Tim can give a seminar on that, but at benchmark, but low scores. The ease of travel, I know I'm sitting with Councilor Duggar. He will tell me how important that is and how hard it is to navigate on your bike. And, you know, I think this bears out those feelings across the community as well. The traffic flow on major streets is 38%. And we know that when we ask and survey our residents, that is always something that people are concerned about is traffic and the circulation on streets. I think in terms of other things that are interesting, I have to call out snow removal because it is lower than benchmark at 46%. But that's one, again, think about benchmark. We don't get snow that often, even though it is more of an annual occasion for us. We aren't quite as prepared maybe as some other communities would be, and so our scores are a little bit lower. Not to be maybe as anxiety provoking as some of the other things. Other elements, though, that aren't here that aren't on the slide that could be opportunities, the idea around connection and engagement, people feeling connected or feeling a sense of community. We're at benchmark, but those are in the lower realm of 44% for connection and engagement with the community, and sense of community is 49%. So opportunities here for our CEC folks to work on ways to bring people together and build a sense of community. The last part of the opportunities is one that I think, you know, is semi-joking here, but, you know, just this idea that we joke about who's watching, and I'm sure there are many people watching this meeting or will watch it on the recording, but 25% of our respondents have attended a local public meeting. It's benchmark, but it feels pretty low. And 15% have watched a local public meeting online or on TV. So again, at benchmark, but again, pretty low. So the engagement in general in people in the community and their government is a little on the lower side. So this chart, if you look left to right, is ranking again the importance. This is the question around what would you like us to work on in the next 2 years? What are the focus areas for residents who are responding to the survey? So left to right in importance are economic health, utilities. And you'll notice sort of the intensity of the colors. The yellow color at the top is sort of the most important or very essential, and then very important below that. In the economic health one, there is some somewhat important, but there is no, the blue color at the very bottom that creeps in on some of the bars is not at all important. And so you will see that for those two on the left, there really isn't anyone who responded saying that these are not important. So would indicate from the respondents that they want us to focus on economic health, some of the things we had already mentioned in the survey results, and then the utility provision as well. So, like I said, we had asked several custom questions, 4 actually custom questions. So just a quick summary of what we asked. We were asking about the quality, rating the quality of 2 particular services, really wanting to both understand because they're a little bit outside of what might be the normal package of services for a municipality. And then we also were asking about areas where people get their information, because of course we would like to be more effective about reaching out to community members, building community, but also making sure people get the information that we're trying to provide to them. And then the last two are really around revenue and service delivery. So the questions around what you would want to pay for and how, or maybe you wouldn't want to pay for. And then also kind of, would you support or oppose new fees or taxes? So a quick summary, the two services were the municipal court and homeless services. So this is for the feedback from the court. I think the takeaway here, really, from my perspective, is people don't know, unless they experience the municipal court, what is being provided there and whether it should be provided or what's going on at all, right? Like, they don't really have a strong opinion because they don't know. It's overwhelming there. So this is one of those where the feedback tells us we just would probably want to educate and inform a bit more rather than assume anything from the feedback. The same probably goes for homeless services, because again, the overwhelming is that people don't know. I think what's interesting here is that we've got relatively mixed bag in terms of fair, good, but more in the poor as well. And it's one where I would want to do more surveying, because I'm not sure if people are saying we're doing a good job with providing services, that they're talking about homelessness as a community problem, or how they're perceiving the question. So, this is another opportunity where there's not a definitive answer from the survey, and it's an opportunity for gathering more information. So, ironically, I guess also sitting with Nicole, we're looking at the sources of city news, and left to right for this is really kind of the major sources to minor or not at all a source. The interesting maybe takeaway here is the emphasis on the city website, e-newsletter, and Your City for the feedback that we've gotten. That is overwhelmingly how people get information from us, which probably speaks to the idea that people are getting it, one, when we send it to them, and two, when they need something from us. They're not overwhelmingly using social media. They're not using sort of traditional forms of communication, radio, TV, et cetera. So it gives us an opportunity, I think, to craft the message where we can maybe send it out to people, and that's where they're getting their source. And it also maybe speaks to the idea that we can amp up some of this, whether it's social or other avenues that we're looking to communicate with residents. And, we mentioned earlier the blog is coming. And so this idea of being more timely with the information is one of the reasons what we're launching the blog. So trying to be more timely in providing the news that residents might be looking for in a more immediate way is the intent. And hopefully we'll see some better results there as far as engagement. So quickly, I've got two slides here on service reduction versus tax increases. This is a relatively simple question of, do you want to pay more for something, or do you want to reduce the service level for it? And I want to point out that we did no education to people. This is really just gut feeling. And so a fair amount of this could be a lack of information about a service. That could be really just, how they felt in the moment about, their familiarity, if they've gone through or dealt with court or some of those other things where we had seen low knowledge, then maybe you would see a higher score, right? Like we don't know. But basically these two slides, this one is left to right, kind of the importance of reducing services, the darker bar, versus a tax increase or fee increase or other method. I think we said tax increase, but so that maybe steers them in a certain mental direction, but was meant to really think about, would you pay more? So police bike team is on the low end here in terms of like the idea that we would rather reduce services than pay more for it, which is interesting because I think that speaks to the lack of knowledge that people have about the bike team. And they may think it's like an off-roading, mountain bike team, right? Like, I mean, I don't know if people understand what it does. And, we see a lot of, businesses in downtown and a very specific and particular group of folks that really engage with it and utilize the service. And so It may just be another opportunity for more engagement and more understanding about what they do and what the value is. I think also here, it's interesting to see on the far right, the sidewalk maintenance. It's a little light colored, but sidewalk maintenance and it's sort of a little bit more towards the middle, the tree plantings and urban forestry. Both are things where people were still saying maybe reduce the service, but more highly thought about they'd be willing to pay more for. Yeah, we can do questions. Yep.
It's a quick question, and I apologize if you did this at the beginning. When folks saw this survey, did we do a lot of like the city versus like parks versus that, or it was, okay.
It was completely like, here's a survey, it comes from the city, it's marketed so that they understand that it's us, but like we had no education as to who does what. And so for sure there are elements of this where like trails and some of the parks aspects, like you might think that that's the city, you might not. And we intentionally left some of those things in, even though we don't provide those services, to make sure that we understood what our partner agencies, how they were being perceived and how people perceive the services generally in the city, because they are part of the overall quality of life and the makeup of a good and healthy city. So we can share, and we plan to share the information with the various partners, but also we just wanted to kind of see what was out there. So yeah, I don't think there's a lot of information here about knowledge or based on knowledge. And so there's an opportunity for that for sure.
We do this when we roundtable. It gives the mayor our visual. Yeah.
The fingers.
So I'm also curious, and maybe, I mean, I think that this is all inputs that go into a strategic plan and maybe the rest of the conversation and whatnot. But I'm thinking also about the last one where it talks about where people get their information. I mean, that helps us know where to like really focus our efforts. But also it makes me a little, I guess, maybe even slightly nervous because we cut back on like your city for lots of good reasons, but that's a primary source of information for our community. So I guess I'm also curious, like when we know, like we see like the clear lack of understanding of what municipal court does, or to me, this says clear lack of understanding what our bike team does. So how do we take that nuance, right, into consideration as we're kind of building out our strategy? Because like we know the value of a bike team, and just on Tuesday night, we all said bike team needs resources, right? Like because we know its impact and its value. So I don't know. I don't know if I have a good question here, but it's really interesting, right? My brain is having a hard time of kind of reconciling how do we communicate really well, help them understand, but also, okay, well, if I see this and I know that this is the community survey, so its intention is maybe a little different than if we were polling, for example. But I see that first one on bike team and that makes me nervous.
And I think, it's good to highlight. I think a lot of this is really an opportunity, right? It's highlighting and showing us areas for information for education. And it is a little bit insider versus outsider.
Yeah.
And I think we've got to remind ourselves how much of an insider we all are, but
Yeah.
How little maybe the rest of the community knows about these things. Because again, like looking at the way we communicate, it's this push, and your city's a perfect example. Like here's a quarter's worth now of content, and here's what's happening, and people love that because they want to be engaged, they want to go to events, they want to know that piece of like what's happening in my community. They want, and I think are thirsting for a sense of connection. But then it's the opportunity for us, like how do we provide that, and how do we provide information, and how do we do it maybe where it is more timely? And I think it does breadcrumb for us, in particular, the bike team and some of the public safety feedback, where there's opportunities to inform people, and it's not just when I consume the service or, that I have knowledge based on my experience. It's really us pushing more information out and having stories. I think part of the idea with a blog is that you have stories that can be evergreen and there for a while, and are broadening people's knowledge about things that are existing and the services we're providing in our community.
Yeah. I think also for me, I feel a sense of urgency on the stories.
Yep.
Just like, I mean, especially because I think we're pretty aligned that we need to move towards a May timeline. And so that urgency and maybe a little daunting, right? How much storytelling we have to do and make sure that those stories land.
100%. We feel the urgency too.
none of the information in this survey is shocking to me as someone that has knocked more doors in Beaverton than any elected official probably in our history. And the fact probably at least 100 times this room has heard me say the Your City newsletter is the #1 way people get our information. And that's not on just my experience. It's in community surveys, and I've been here a long time. And it's the #1 thing people say to me when I knock on the door. And so I think what slightly frustrates me is we're heading to a levy in a couple of months, and we're way behind the 8 ball to Councilor Hartmeyer-Prigg's communication point on what we need to be communicating and why. And I know we have a lot coming, but it's frustrating to me that we're in this. I don't know how much I mean, I know you can't listen to an individual and elected. However, we paid a lot of money for this survey to be in the exact place that we've been talking about for years. So the reason I think from the council perspective, we wanted to have it, I particularly pushed to have it now, is it's going to help us kind of create our roadmap a little bit. And I said this last week, but the national statistic is that people pay attention to politics for 4 minutes a week. So what we're communicating about a lot in our campaign world and elected, that's not what people in our community are hearing. And so I think we have to dramatically shift how we do things. And every piece of communication coming out of this building needs to be focused on value and the city. And so I hope we kind of take the feedback from this and kind of shape our goals and marching orders. And just the difference of the survey versus the polling that we did, right? The polling is specific to people who vote in Beaverton and vote regularly. That helps us tailor a message to the people that are voting. Community survey doesn't care about your immigration status. It doesn't care if you're a renter and owner. So this information is helpful for the council for high-level goals, but this is not the same as the people that are going to making the levy decision. And so I think that's often hard for us to separate those two pieces out. And the work on this has to be year-round all the time.
I think that's a perfect point, actually, because yes, that's the intent of this is, and the intent in asking some of these questions is, over time, as we resurvey year over year, being able to see trend changes in those things, but also having some of that framework and some of the affirmation for actions that like the levy or like, just campaigns and other things we want to do. Got to share the mic.
Yeah, and I was going to add to, just briefly, I mean, we all know this, but like context matters. When you talk about a tax increase, how much does a bike team cost the average Beavertonian versus the value they're getting? It could be, I bet people in this room, we mostly know, but I could ask any of my neighbors, none of them will get it right. So I think as we also think about future iterations of these questions, like contextualization matters, right? Like tax increase sounds scary, but if it goes from $1 to $1.01, $1.02, and I get that value, oh yeah, then definitely don't reduce the services, right? Like I think that matters.
Let me switch to the next part of this same set of data. This is an interesting one because on the left you'll see, and this is switched a little bit more heavily or a lot more heavily into what residents might be willing to pay more for versus looking for a service reduction. And I think what we had said before on the left, homeless services, there was a lot of I don't know. And yet on the left, you also have response to homelessness and mental health clinician service. And people are willing to pay more for something that they don't really seemingly understand, right? So I think that also speaks to like the respondents of the survey are also seeing something that feels like it hits their heart, right? And they want to help neighbors. They want to provide something to folks who are needing a hand up or help. And so, it doesn't necessarily say that, yes, there's knowledge there, but I think it speaks to the emotion. And so that's at least my interpretation of some of these responses. But you'll see on the far right, the emergency response and disaster preparedness is the highest. That also speaks, I think, to the importance of government doing this. This is something they expect us to provide. And so, yeah, of course, if you need that, that's super important. It's like my insurance policy for my community. So, of course, I pay what is needed to provide that service. And again, I think to what Councilor Duggar just said, like not having the context of like, how much are we talking about really does influence a lot of this. And there are tools, I might steal a little bit of the thunder for our presentation later for council. The consultants will speak to, there are tools that they own in their suite of Polco companies that help provide a visualization opportunity for residents around budget and what actual impacts are when you move a lever for adding a service in a particular area that you might have to pull back on another service and balance your budget. There are visualization tools that they can provide to us, and that might be something we would be interested in, not marketing. Anyway, I think what you see in this slide is really a lot of our probably core city services that folks are willing to and see a necessity to pay for. So the last question was really, it's verbatim on here. How much would you support or oppose using new or increased taxes or fees as a funding source for the following city projects? So the two slides that I've got here kind of go from a highest strongly support to lower strongly support. I'll get to that on the next slide. But road maintenance and the street maintenance and pavement improvements are very high here. I know Tim's happy to hear that. But again, I think that speaks to what they expect us to provide, right? Like this is what residents are assuming that this is what the city does, right? So a core service they're willing to pay for. Great news.
Talked about the pavement condition index every time I see her.
But it's the number one thing people see, right? And so,
Yep.
When people yell at me all the time, it's often about the roads. And one thing that's never changed in all the years that we've been doing this since I've been here is people bitching about the roads. The biggest difference is we're funding them a lot less. So the impact of that is going to go. And it is the foundation of good government is good infrastructure. And so when think about what people prior to the homeless issue of the last few years, what was the number one complaint you always heard about Portland? Their roads. That you could, Domino's was filling them and all these things. And so our ability to deliver services is going to be based on people's visual representation of the city.
So agreed, underscore. I think also on here, the cost of living and cost of housing, ways to reduce that speaks to what we heard in the economy section, the concerns people have. Library services, I've already seen that demonstrated. Response to crime and drug use is also high at 81%. And just in general, street improvements. So, in this slide, a lot of infrastructure. This slide, the second one, gets down to somewhat lower scores around things that they would support, but we're still seeing high infrastructure around trails, the growth and development being relatively high, but sliding down city events all the way down to community center and some of the questions that I think we had before around information, right? That municipal courts and specialty court are low because, again, people don't know what they do and why they are paying more for them. Also, just quick highlight, I guess, the don't know piece of that. The 39% of folks who responded on this question don't know about specialty and diversion courts, and 36% don't know about muni courts. So, there's a lot of information gap around the courts and what services they're providing. Community center was 20% don't know. And I think, again, a lot of this survey is meant to be baseline and meant to be an opportunity for more surveying and more engagement, frankly. I mean, it doesn't have to be a survey. Hopefully it's a little bit more personal than that, but an opportunity to go and ask people what they think and, to change that don't know to informed, whatever that results in. That is it for my slides. Happy to have more discussion or not, depending on how y'all are feeling.
Yeah, that was obviously a lot of information. And I think we want to give you all a chance to kind of have some conversation and process at your tables. But before we do that and before we break up into smaller groups, are there any kind of clarifying questions first? Is there anything? Yep.
I mean, I imagine you all are taking this and coming up with a plan. Can you give us a little bit of insight so that we don't try to do that?
I think you all have already pointed out that this is a really good basis for strategic planning. And so that is like a next step, both for this retreat, but in general. But I think in terms of some of the work that we're already doing around some of these areas of importance, we've got work coming forward on TSP, the Transportation System Plan, on the Climate Action Plan, right? Like there's things that are almost done in terms of planning and background that can help us implement around some of the really core things. I think a lot around engagement, obviously with a little bit more intent on levy at the moment maybe, but in general, like the volunteer experience and really looking at ways to build community. So I think we're already aware, as the mayor said, about a lot of these things. It's not surprising. It's not meant to be surprising. I think it's meant to both validate and maybe provide some sense of opportunity for future. So I think some of the next step is really that question of like, how does it fit into a plan? What actions can we take? And then we'll re-survey and measure to see if we can see some change.
Just to piggyback on your initial question on the plan, I think this is a really good segue of information that'll help support the next conversation that we're going to have around priorities. If you will recall in some of the data that Dan shared, you heard very much interest and support around community health, safety, transportation, natural environment, utilities, right? And do you sense a reoccurring theme of some of the initiatives that I presented to you? So this is correlating with that, building up to kind of your strategic plan and your pillars to support that. So just to get to your question, this is all kind of leading to the next phase. And I hope that helps kind of tie it together a little bit for you.
Really quick follow-up. The blog, is that coming soon? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just one thing too. I think we all, and like I'm going back to one of the slides where people get their information. Like we're all just worker, we want to get the work done, but we've got to get better at talking about it too, because it will not matter if people don't, like, we're going to come back next year, and if we don't do that part right, and it is not just your job, it is every single person in this room's, we have to triple down on that, because they're going to tell us again that they don't know about the courts, and they don't know about these things, and we have to get better at that, and we all have to get on the same page over and over, and then do it again, right?
Surveys measure perception as much as anything else. So whether they're, yeah,
They don't know what we're doing.
that's true.
Yeah, and I appreciate that it's not just my job, but it is my job to give you all the tools by which to help to communicate. So that is what we're really trying to work on. And I think that when you look at, it's such an interesting correlation, because folks are saying that they would spend more on homeless response, but they want to spend less on the bike team because they don't understand it's the exact same thing. So those are the types of pieces that we have to be able to communicate. So I do think that part of what this survey will help us do is really inform and see where those gaps are, so that we can better put those pieces together and then give those tools to tell the story better. So with some of these small pieces, with the blog, it's not an end all be all. It's not a magic website that's going to show up and all of a sudden we're going to have a levy, but it is something that we can give you those tools so that when you're out communicating with the public, when you're out talking to folks, you can point them to some place that's going to better tell that story for them. So that's what we're trying to get in place, because the biggest thing we need is an audience. So that's what we need help developing. We can write the most amazing stories in the world, but if nobody's there to read them, they're not going to move the needle. So we really need help in building what that audience looks like.
Any other clarifying questions before we give you a little, yep.
I've got one question, one comment. The first is, for this meeting, the next part of it that we're going into, will it be referencing some of the conversation we just talked about, some of the data in the survey?
I think more at a high level theme.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it would be helpful. I'll need to look at that information more. So I don't know if we'll be emailed it after, but if we're going to talk about it more in depth, if somebody would email it now, it would be helpful to pull up. I don't know if it's helpful to have that detail right now. The other comment is, it's really interesting seeing how highly our services are ranked for the services the city provides. Is people feeling are very, very important. Cost of living is also included in there, and I know Councilor Duggar and I have had a lot of conversations recently about messaging cost of living and also service provision when we're talking about a levy, and we need to be able to communicate that what we're providing are really high quality services and also giving people a good bang for the buck. Because they'll feel the cost at some point, whether it's when their car breaks down when they hit a pothole or they're waiting a very long time on a police response. The cost will be felt somewhere, and I think I just want us to be able to think through how we communicate the value that we provide. And I know that's been mentioned a few times too.
Priority.
Just in terms of the background information, you'll get it in your packet, a lot of information for the 16th meeting. And I don't think we'll probably need it here, but I can get it if folks feel like they would benefit from it today.
Okay, let's take 10 minutes or so at your tables and just kind of talk through any reactions that you have to the survey, any initial takeaways. Obviously, you will have a more in-depth presentation on the 16th, and so want to start to gather some of the initial reactions so that we can use those to inform our discussion this afternoon. So about 10 minutes at your tables. All right, let's start to come back. We'll do a little bit of a report out. Obviously, again, you all will have the opportunity to have a lot more conversation about the survey on the 16th. But specifically for today, and because we're going to be moving into priority setting, you know, if at your table you all talked about things that you feel like are important to have in the room as we start to move into those priority setting conversations, those are the sorts of things we'd like you to focus on and highlight in your report outs. So is there one group that had really excellent conversation and wants to share a highlight from that? It sounded like everybody had good conversation, so we'll start over here. Yep.
Yeah.
I saw how that worked out. It feels appropriate.
We often are the reporter outers. I will say I'm going to turn in my magic snow for a magic tool online that helps people understand what the actual increase would look like in terms of a service impact. And this is something that Councilman Duggar was talking about, is that people don't understand what their portion actually would be in terms of a levy increase. So how can we better explain that? And I personally don't have the answer, because there's the assessed value, there's the market value, there's the compression, there's the 5 and 50, there's other things. So that magic tool, I will totally trade in my magic snow if we can find a magic tool to figure out how to do that online. So I think that was the biggest piece that we came out of ours. And yes, of course.
And the context for that was like conversations with folks that were solid no's until I explained to them of their 9,000 total property tax bill, 1,800 was the city of Beaverton, right?
Yeah.
Nobody knows that.
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden, 10% increase becomes 180 instead of $1,000. Okay, yeah, I value my city services more than that. And it was like, okay, light bulb, we got to, that education keeps coming back and forth to us, communication and education, because people do see the value here that this government provides. They just, with the complexities of the special districts and the county and the school board, like all these other agencies, yeah, they just, like, it's tough. So I think that's the context.
Need the dollar that shows that.
Yeah.
the
How is this broken
distribution
up and
Up
what
on the
it looks
website.
like? Yeah.
People are going, oh, I'm already paying for all of those things, but it's understanding that
the
little
little
tiny piece,
extra.
how important that, it's a really small piece, but how important that small piece is.
Other takeaways from your conversation, takeaways from the survey, things you talked about that are important in the room for priority setting? Not really silent.
I mean, I think we just talked about like the trends and like what that meant, but Chief really shared something great about police that I'm hoping she doesn't mind saying with the group.
Wow, put me right on the spot. It was related to the framing of the questions in the survey around the bike team and specifically the youth services program. Is these are police services and they're tailored services. So what the community may not understand is those services still need to be provided. The bike team just provides a more tailored service. Same with the youth services. The school district still needs the service of police response. We have a program that allows it to be more tailored. So I think that that's a nuance that is very important to point out. So if the question was more related to just general police service, the outcome of that question may come very differently.
Being really thoughtful about how the questions are being asked and what information we glean from. Other kind of takeaways or other things that you feel like it's important? Yep, Mayor.
I think this is a message not only for myself, but the elected officials in this room, is that we all get caught up in our own silos of who is talking to us. I'm very guilty of it. I'm hyper responsive to negative feedback, particularly in email and online, and I tend to internalize it. And it's important for us to remember that, like, even if you're talking, and I'll pick on you because you're right in front of me, 7 people on your walk, that's not a real great representation of what the community is feeling. It's community that has access to power, that knows who we are, that feels comfortable sharing, that speaks a language, that probably has enough wealth and equity to do it. And so we really have to not only hold ourselves, but challenge each other in our vagueness comments that we often make when we're trying to drive a policy or direction towards something we really deeply care about. I am extremely guilty of doing it. And I think all of us in this room have done it, but like what the survey, with the polling, and not to say like, and sometimes we just have to make the grown-up decision and we have to say this matters so much that we're going to go over all of these things, but it should be rare. And we need to recognize where people are, not only what they're feeling emotionally about the federal government, but where they are financially and the decisions we're making and how we're moving the policies of the city. And that's what a lot of the polling spoke through to me was like, I love dorky things. And a lot of what I care is on there, but a lot of what I spend my time focused on was not on that list.
Anything else before we shift gears a little bit? Okay, I think we're going to shift gears.
Okay. All right. Well, part of that was really just, whet the appetite and kind of food for thought as we're talking about both budget process and choices and priorities, which is going to be the balance of our time together today. So I know that lunch is going to be coming in here shortly, so don't be distracted by the smells or the activity happening to the right. We want to introduce first this metaphor, this concept that we're going to use as a framework to inform our conversation through lunch and then just thereafter. So we can kind of get ourselves started. We will pause when lunch has arrived, and so we're going to have some table conversations, and you'll be able to get up and go grab food, and bless you, and continue along. All right, so, oh, I need the clicker. Oh, we're going to jump right to the video. Just give me just one moment first, and then we'll back. Because I wanted to set a little bit of context before we watch the video, which is a short one. So some of you may be familiar with this. For others, it may be brand new, but we're going to use a framework that was around change management, but we're going to use it for how we navigate the conversation around the budget challenge in particular. And so it's a metaphor that looks at behavior change through the lens of a rational approach and an emotional approach, and then also looks at obstacles that can get in the way with moving things forward. And so the theory that we'll look at, the metaphor, was originated by a professor at NYU, Jonathan Haidt, who you'll hear referenced in the video, that really distinguishes between our rational mind of what we want to do when we want to change something or make a difficult decision, and our emotional response. What motivates us, what gets in the way, what puts us back to continual habits. So he developed this theory. It was popularized through a book called Switch that was written by Chip and Dan Heath back in, actually it's been I think 20 years now since they first did this. You'll see one of them narrate the video. But they bring in this element of the path, which is the obstacles that get in the way from moving forward when you're trying to make tough decisions and influence change. And so I'm going to introduce the video now. We'll take a look at it. I'm going to come back, get some quick reactions, kind of refine on this, and then put you into some table discussions to think about how this can be instructive to informing the budget narrative, the budget process. After we get through lunch, we're going to come back and I'm going to share with you the outcomes of similar conversations that occurred with the executive team in this whole, and then all managers. And so just last week, we introduced the topic and had lots of interesting discussion around what that looks like. So that's a little foreshadowing. So with that, oh, that's nice. Here's the video.
Psychologists know that there are two systems in our brains, the rational system and the emotional system. Jonathan Haidt, who's a psychologist at NYU, came up with a great analogy for these two systems. He said, think of your brain as a human rider atop an elephant. The rider represents the rational system. That's the part of us that plans and problem solves. The rider might do some analyzing and decide, hey, I want to go that way. But it's the elephant representing the emotional system that provides the power for the journey. The rider can try to lead the elephant or drag the elephant, but if these two ever disagree, who would you bet on? The elephant has a 6-ton weight advantage, and it's exactly that power imbalance that makes adopting new behaviors very hard. If you want this duo to head a new direction, you also need to think about the path, which represents the external environment. This duo is more likely to complete a journey if you can shorten the distance and remove any obstacles in their way. So bottom line, if you want to lead change, you've got to do 3 things. Give direction to the rider, knowledge of how to get to the destination. You've got to motivate the elephant, which means tapping into emotion. And finally, you need to shape the path to allow for easy progress. That's how change happens.
Well, I knew we'd have that fun little music. Didn't know we'd have it in French. I'm not sure where the French came from. Anybody here? Fun fact, speak French? Oh, excellent. Okay. Did you follow? Okay, good. Good enough. Sorry about that. Normally it has English subtitles. Hopefully you closed your eyes and just listened. But wanted to introduce us. So just to kind of recap, the writer is our rational brain, our rational approach to how we solve problems. In the context of the budget challenge, we're thinking about what are the criteria? What are the threshold questions that you can ask as leaders for the city as you are evaluating options? And so we'll go through some different scenarios. So the writer, the rational part of decision making, how are we going to navigate that? The elephant, which comes with lots of weight and power, given that, is our emotional core. And so it's those things that motivate us to move forward or to dig into the things that we are comfortable with and want to stick to. And so how do you motivate and inspire the emotional side of an organization, of a community, of an individual to move things forward? So you need both of those. You can have the greatest plan around in terms of a rational set of criteria, but if the organization or the community or US policymakers are stuck, then you're going to have a difficult time. So we need to get both of those things in play. And then the last element is that path. The path are those obstacles that are just in the way of moving things forward. And so for the elephant and the rider on top to make progress, to be able to activate change, to make difficult decisions, you're going to need to clear the way to make that happen. So that's the framework, and we want to talk about each of those things. So up on the screen now here, we have 3 questions. So as we are waiting for lunch and getting started, want to start stimulating that conversation. So at your tables, and we will do some mashup later so you can have different table groups. Think about these 3 questions and what they would show up as. And we'll do some debrief after lunch. So, when lunch comes in, you're free to go grab it and continue the conversation. After lunch, we're going to review the outcomes of this exercise that occurred as a result of executive team and all manager input. And we'll see where there is alignment, where it's helpful, what else needs to be clarified or changed. Does that make sense to everybody here? Okay, so the 3 questions, you're going to first of all put on your writer hat. That's the rational part. What are the analytical tools or actions that are needed in order to direct the writer? We want to be specific about how we ask these questions. The second question, what emotional factors must we address for the elephant? How do you move and overcome resistance to change? Thirdly, what obstacles are getting in the way of the path, and what are some of the solutions to address those? All right, so we'll go ahead and just jump in. As lunch comes in, we will let you know, and so you can take a pause, but we'll work kind of a working lunch through these questions. Also some time for just having a Sunday and enjoying each other's company. Make sense? Questions from anybody? Dan?
I think when we did this with staff, it was a little clearer that it was like thinking about it from the staff, the peer level, like for this audience, are they thinking about it from their level, from the council perspective? Are we thinking about it from organizational or community?
I think we want to think about it from the level that you operate in. And so from a citywide level, what are going to be important elements in order to move each of those areas forward? And so you'll see when we present the themes from the others that it's elevated in a way that should resonate for council members as well as everybody else. Nadia.
Quick clarifying, I have like a 10-minute thing I have to do. There will be a 10-minute opportunity to.
Yes, you are not on lockdown all through lunch, I promise you. I want to just get the conversation started. You'll be able to break for have a lunch, do your thing, and then we'll come back and debrief on all of it. Yeah, you're not on lockdown. Anybody else have important clarifying questions? Okay, have at it. We'll let you know when lunch is ready to help yourself. Okay.
Fine, I just didn't want to leave it. That was a little louder. Ask it away.
One of those for you before they go away. Thank you. Ooh, they're nice and cool too. Good thing you got your Diet Coke, 'cause
There's some sort of. We're starting. Maybe not. Yeah. We have that. Yeah.
Huh? Huh. Whenever you tell me. Yeah, yeah. All right, you guys. Can I interrupt the conversation for just a sec? Oh, that worked. You never know it's going to work. Well, sort of worked. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. Yes, there we go. Right, Jenny? No, I love it. I love it. And I hate to break up the conversation. And you can continue the conversation, but I wanted to let you know, A, lunch is ready. And so at your convenience, go grab lunch, continue the conversation. And if it's okay with everybody, I think we'll try to resume as a large group at the bottom of the hour, 12:30. So that'll give us about 40 minutes to continue the conversation, to have other conversations, to eat, to digest, do whatever you want to do. Does that work, 12:30? Okay, so at your convenience, help yourself, come back to your groups. We will switch groups after we've done the debrief of this conversation. So before we move to priorities, just to have some different table configurations, but not after you have, we'll still debrief these conversations in this group. Good? All right, enjoy.
Test, 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 test. Can you hear me okay?
I need a metaphor reminder first. I should go to the metaphor reminder. I want to slide that, but yeah. Now, so they can, we'll come back to that slide, but just as a reminder. We probably don't need, what's that slide? Well, I guess really, that's fine. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's that? Oh, what kind is that? Is that a topping? Where did this? Right. We're taking Dan's chair, and I don't know whose chair he took. Oh, there we go. All right, everybody get their cookie, their coffee, tea, whatever you might need to sustain. You guys all ready? All right. Just Jenny. Okay. So wanted to start off by just hearing a little bit about the conversations you had, just to kind of get us back in the room. I feel like I'm really loud now. I'm echoing. So just a real quick reminder on the metaphor, and then we'll hear your comments, and then we're going to do some shuffling so you actually can sit with different faces this afternoon. And then we're going to hear kind of a draft framework that has been developed over the last few weeks with staff. And so we'll use that and have some opportunity for refinement, tweaking, updating, reactions, these sorts of things. So metaphor reminder, the rider, the elephant path. So the rider, rational, analytical, you know, the rider analyzes options and plans for the future, plans for the route. So this is where we want to think about what are the criteria, perhaps the threshold questions that will be instructive to evaluating options. So the objective element of a budget framework. The elephant, emotional, so it's the human nature side. So the areas that can either be inspired to move forward or can be really resistant to change. And so we want to tap into how do you build trust, comfort, work together in order to be able to get that elephant humming and moving forward. And lastly, the path. This reflects the environment that all of this is occurring in, and making sure that the path is cleared of obstacles to the degree that you're able in order to make those go forward. So that's our metaphor. And so I want to hear some of the nature of your conversation. We're not going to take a whole lot of notes, just want to kind of get some of the ideas into the room, and then we'll be able to do greater reflection afterwards after we look at the draft. So really starting off with the writer. What was some of the conversation you had around the writer? This here. Nadia, that's my back.
I'm just going because no one else is going.
Good, thank you.
So we talked about the writer, and we talked about the importance of having data and information, the importance of having a plan or a roadmap. We talked about understanding funds, because there's a miss between like what funds what and how that works. And then we talked a little bit about talking about the why.
Talking about the why, great.
I mean, I think that's basically what we did. I would just say targets and metrics to add to that. Like the help us guy, like how much revenue is coming in, how much is mandated to go out, that sort of stuff.
Okay,
And
so being really informed by data on the financial side, probably the program side too?
Correct.
Okay, great. Anybody have any tables have anything that took a different approach to the conversation on the rider?
Thanks. So we talked a lot about, well, I needed to hear from staff because they've been through this exercise a couple times and I was kind of having a hard time conceptualizing it. But we did talk about also just, yeah, like what types of tools we need is it's information, it's understanding the costs of services, you know, really understanding like what's mandatory, what are our values, because all of these services are important to us. This is why we've offered them.
Right.
And the concept of how you decide like at what level you invest or what level, like there's trade-offs basically. So we talked a lot about just the trade-offs and we used lots of different analogies around. I had a pyramid at first and then we decided it wasn't a pyramid and then we tried Tetris, but then that was too chaotic. And so Legos is kind of where we landed because like you can build like this solid structure, they're building blocks and they come in different sizes, right? Kind of like the need of what it is. And so that was kind of just a helpful visual to kind of the concept of how do we build this structure for the rider? Like I needed a tool to help do that. So we talked a lot about that and just like what was maybe the mechanism that we could use to prioritize
To have the
services.
conversation. Yeah, no, that's great. And having a model, and there are different ways to do that. One I've also seen that kind of also seeks to address what you're describing is, almost doing like a process map, right? So start here, what's the highest need, and then navigate, yes, no, continue, move on, and see how it tracks, through a kind of framework like that. So having a model, I think, is great.
We also talked about sunken costs, because sometimes we have to give up on a heavy investment. So it could be the photo radar vans, we don't know. But sometimes we have to think about what we have to stop doing.
When do you let go?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then we also talked about what kind of elephant we're going to be working with. We have to think about how our decisions will move us forward and the capacity and the feelings of the elephant that
Right.
we're trying to serve.
Good. And putting on the different hats depending on how that elephant shows up. Okay, so moving into the elephant, or anything else on the rider, but yes, Kevin.
I add for the writer really quick. It's a little hard for me to conceptualize too because I feel like I am more often the writer. I tend to be more logical, analytical in my thinking. But we talked about like, one of the tools that the city has used recently is the capital improvement program scorecard. So if there's a way for provide criteria for analysis for like writers, like the staff level, to understand how they fit in with the direction that the city's going, could be.
Exactly. Yeah. I think all of these are really intending to create some kind of a structure and a framework and model to have these questions. And you're right, people are going to gravitate towards a rider or an elephant, but the success comes in integrating all of those needs. Right? All right. Any other comments on the rider or things that came up on the elephant?
I was just gonna say like, we've done a lot of budgets outside of the city as well, and like people always feel like they have to spend all the money that comes to them, and then if you get less than this year, then something's wrong. And so like acknowledging the anxiety of different shifting priorities, and like that's an emotional response. And like if your budget is going down, what does that mean? Like just bringing those things forward and being honest and open about them.
Right. Exactly. Having empathy around that. Yeah.
It's really impactful to people's psyche, their ability to deliver work, all kind of stuff.
Hugely, hugely. That's where you can start to get stuck, right? It's like people get really wedded to what they know as a result. Other comments on the elephant that you guys came up? Yeah. So you do have elephant too. I get it.
This was more of a group conversation.
Okay.
For the elephant, we talked about how just important it is for communication to flow both between the rider and the elephant. Somebody who tends to be more analytical, especially on council, can make me feel like I am myself acting kind of robotic, despite the emotion that might be in the room and the passion people might have for an issue. they might not see the analytical side as much. But so if there's a conversation more about why the decisions are being made or the direction that the writer is trying to go, just to build some more shared understanding between the two different parties can help smooth things over a little bit. Doesn't fix everything, but can help smooth it a little bit.
For sure, and that can help among council, that can help between this group, different ones, and also into the organization, right? The hows and the whys. All right, anybody else? Yes.
So, okay. It's a resistance to change as an elephant, right? In order for elephant to do not resist or less resistant, is that elephant has to build trust with the rider, and we have to show that you can trust us, decision makers, and we have track record of making pretty good decisions, and you can so that elephant can move because they trust the rider and guide, because you cannot make decisions purely emotional or the resistance reaction, but they have to trust you to make the right decision. And I think the message delivery should be, you can trust us. We have done good things so far, and we have decided that next path, this is the right way to go. And that's a really key in moving the elephant.
Right. You guys talk about obstacles that get in the way of the path also?
I'll continue. So obstacle that we saw or I saw was that we could have 7 riders. So that could be the obstacle, that how can we compromise, come up at the end to have a singular purpose, and that we all agree upon, that can resonate trust to elephant and organization and the community, that they can guide us. So that's what I talked about.
Well, if you have 7 different writers, you're going to have to then navigate as elephant navigators. Very strange. But that, right, because it means that you're wedded to your perspective, your position, whatever it might be. And so how do you create a space that allows for openness, but also the ability to then commit? And to the mayor's comments earlier, finding compromise. How do you navigate that in a way that is acceptable to 7 different writers?
I think on that, as someone who is hyper logical and analytical as well, is that it's a semantic thing, and we didn't talk about this, but I think it's interesting that it's called a rider and not a driver, because that's going to be where my brain is always, is that you're not necessarily leading the elephant or leading down the path, that you are a rider on that elephant.
Now, really, the charge here is to direct the rider in order to be able to motivate the elephant. Yeah.
Okay, I'm chiming in again. I think this was something Kenya was saying here. We're talking about one path and one elephant and one rider. There could be multiple riders. There also could be multiple elephants and rider pairs or individuals who are not even aware that there is a path that they could be on. There could be community members that aren't even, well, we've talked about, aren't aware of certain services that we provide. Could be community members or staff members that aren't as connected to the direction that we're trying to go. And so some of it's just, how do we make the path more open and let people know that they can be part of the journey too?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna plug a couple things here for and I think they fit in path, but it might not. But like, number one, beyond the numbers and the minutia of the kind of lines of a budget, the process on implementation, are we making it unnecessary or unnecessarily complicated to get additional approvals? Like, can we empower the city manager to make more of these decisions so we're not relying on, such tactical, a 1,200-page budget, right? Can we be a little more flexible there, create policy from our perspective, city council? And number 2, can we think about the path is like a 2-year cycle, a 2-year budget cycle. I'm gonna keep harping on that because like certainty as much as possible, like that is a thing, because we don't create a budget in a vacuum. We are relying on state and federal money, that their budgets their times are different than ours. We have different things going on in the community that we need to react to after their budgets and all this. So it just gets complicated. And I think that pathway, we need to think about the stability of the pathway and the flexibility of the pathway, not just as individual actions, but creating that framework for that pathway to be a
Fewer
little more
turns
flexible.
as you're going.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, so that, sorry.
I'll add briefly, Counselor Kimmy, the trust comment you made before was really interesting, but I thought it was I'm not saying, I just generally, when I look at this, I see staff as riders and the counselors as elephants, but that's just the way that I saw it. But on the actual question, like there's so much external stuff that we just have, whether it's Measure 5, whether it's the federal government, whether it's taxes, so that was like a really something that I know I wrote down as a flag.
And some of these things, go ahead, Patricia.
I've been thinking about how difficult the path could be. And sometimes you have to take an Indiana Jones approach. There are times the elephant will not be able to fly. The rider may just have to go straight to the path and leave the elephant behind. So I believe that there are times when decisions may have to be made by council or by the city manager, and those decisions will not include the elephant. They cannot include the elephant because the decision just has to be made. So think Indiana Jones, and you'll realize the elephant wouldn't have been able to get there.
I guess, yeah. So I think for each of these things, because there are different scenarios, different paths, different audiences, and I see your thing, I got the thing of those. To use this tool to ask the questions. Are there things we need to be attuned to? Are there decisions that we should be making informed by these different lenses? And sometimes maybe the decision will be we just need to move. And sometimes maybe it means we need to widen the path, or we need to tailor it to a specific audience. All good. I think that the metaphor is simply to have us thinking about these different lenses, right? How do we do this objectively? How do we bring people along? I mean, that's the shorthand. And what is the way that we can sort of clear the road in order to be able to get forward? And so you don't have to be locked into one way for all. That's never going to work. But if you're thinking about it from these different perspectives, hopefully it eliminates some of the unintended consequences of not. So.
That's a really interesting point too, Nancy, because as we were kind of playing with like how we could potentially have the conversation, like you quickly see like there's no one way. And like when you're talking about different buckets of money that can be spent on certain things, we may have to take a different approach to the different funds or whatever, right? And so I think one of the obstacles is just the complexity of it all. And as we've seen over the last few years, things come up that we could not have anticipated. And I think that's the piece is like there's an obscured view on the path, right? And so trying to just make the best decisions we can, try to anticipate the impacts of those decisions, and then try to be prepared for what could the scenarios be that we didn't anticipate, and then now that we've kind of been through it a couple of times, maybe there's a couple kind of greatest hits that we can anticipate maybe at a certain cycle, right? But I just think that like if you take away the analogy, like rising costs of everything is a huge obstacle that we have ahead of us.
Right, that just continues. I mean, it's not, you're not going to make that go away. Right, yeah. So I mean, part of this is, it's a framework. Like this isn't an answer key. If it was an answer key, yay, that would be great. There's not such a thing because it's far more complex than that. But hopefully having these different lenses to be able to think this thing through allows you to engage with staff, to engage with the community, to engage with each other, so that you can have, open, honest conversations about things that are going to be challenging. They're going to be hard. And so, using some objective criteria here. Okay, well, have we thought about how people are going to receive that? Have we thought about the way we're going to bring it forward? What's the path? And so just using some of that language hopefully can be helpful. So I want to go ahead and invite Elizabeth. Actually, before we do that, I promised that we would do some shuffling so that we can see different faces at your table. So council members, please stay where you are. And staff, just find a different group. I'm not going to give you a table assignment. You guys are adults. You can figure this out. There's no path. There's just obstacles. Figure it out. And you're going to have to evenly balance yourselves again. So, exactly. I'm going to go over to the mayor. All right. Yeah, I like that you guys brought your name tags and everything. That's amazing. Yeah. All right. All right. We're just demonstrating the chaos and the swirl and all of that. Right, apparently. Right. He's cleaning house now. Okay, everybody found a home? Okay, good. Different perspective, well, not for you guys, but for some of you guys now, new perspective on ones. Okay, so thank you for that. Now, I don't, where did Elizabeth go? Now I'm going to be confused too. Right, so Elizabeth is going to provide an overview of the outcomes of, remember, first the executive team went through this activity, and then we had the all management team do a similar activity. We had 100 or so folks in there. So there's a lot of fingerprints into this, intended to sort of consolidate major ideas. And so she's going to take us through that, and then we'll have time for all of you guys to react. You know, what's missing, what needs clarity, you know, what questions you have. So.
Okay, great. So we have spent some time kind of going over this at the executive level and at the management level. And so we took each component of the rider, elephant, and path and developed some guidelines to go along with them. And so we start with the rider, where we really looked at what technical guidelines we could use to make budget decisions. And for those of you that, like me, are identify with the rider, and I'm hearing there's several of us potentially in this room, I'll maybe give a little bit more context about what our hope is around this exercise. And so we've been talking with council about this as the service prioritization exercise. So our goal is to take the programs that we offer throughout the city and provide and really categorize them into this framework. And so what it would do is really provide staff and council with the ability to take a deeper dive into our services and really understand where they fit within these categories. So that's the keep that overall goal in mind. And so the core considerations that we have, and Nancy, do you have a hard copy that I can look at? Thank you. I can't quite see the screen from here. And so the first bucket is council priority and core service considerations. And so this is a pretty self-explanatory category, but here we would look at whether the service is legally mandated. Does it support a current council priority? Then we wanted to look at, are we delivering the minimum service level for this particular program, or are we providing an enhanced service? Then we wanted to look at, is this a new program or is this an existing program? And the thought behind that was, if it's a new program, you know, maybe sometimes it might need a couple of years to ramp up and actually show results. Or conversely, is it so new that we haven't really implemented it yet? Those are things that could be factors in our decision-making process. And then lastly, we looked at, would this change impact one of our union contracts? If so, then that might constrain the actions that we take or delay the actions. And the second category that we looked at were service considerations. And so here's where we really look at,
is this service available from other providers? We talked about that at one of the council meetings. Are there doing kind of an inventory of what the districts are providing in Beaverton versus what we're offering? Also looking if there's alternative service delivery models. Maybe we could provide the service, but provide it in a different way. We also thought maybe we should look at how the service compares to the cities around us or industry standards. Again, it kind of touches a little bit on that minimum service level or enhancement. And then one of the things that was really important for our manager team was the process improvements. Can we use process improvements to reduce costs or eliminate redundancies? The other category is really around the impact of the service. And so looking at, does the service benefit the community at large, or does it benefit a smaller constituency? And then what's the context around that? So we're not necessarily assigning a value judgment on whether it benefits the whole community or a smaller constituency, but it's helpful context to know. Second to last, we looked at long-term sustainability. So for one-time investments, what are the ongoing maintenance costs, if any, once that one-time funding runs out? Then we would look at, is the funding source, again, one-time or ongoing? Is there any offsetting revenue that partially or fully covers the cost of the service? And then also looking at, sometimes you have to spend some money in order to see efficiencies over the long run. So do we need to make an investment now that would save us in efficiencies or in cost recovery in the long run? And that kind of also ties into strategic investment. Again, would this investment result in improved efficiency in the long run? Would the investment provide access to outside resources that we don't typically have available? And then we know council priorities are important, so we actually have these on here twice, wanting to make sure that they're aligned with a council priority. So those are kind of the technical guidelines that we have in place for kind of the rider component. Then we moved on to talking a little bit about motivating the elephant. And so we talked about 4 different areas. The first is really around clarity and transparency. And so really making sure we have proactive and regular touch points to reduce anxiety around the budget. We also wanted to really demystify the city's finances and budget. So we were really looking at this exercise from kind of a citywide staff point of view, but I think that in line with our discussion today applies to the community as well. We talked about how sharing the rationale of the decisions and including the hows and whys can be helpful for the elephant. Folks might not agree with the decisions, but at least they can understand what it is that we're doing and why. And then we talked about, each elephant is different and they may need to receive information differently. So we need to have different methods of delivering that information. We also talked about really being honest and unified and have a ability to have feedback. And so at the executive team, we talked about hot communication, being honest, open, and timely in our communication efforts. And then as an internal team, really having unified messaging and making sure that we're all singing from the same songbook. We talked about committing to two-way communication and providing the opportunity for feedback, being respectful and open, and then really empowering our managers to be communicators with the organization about the budget. Next, we talked about really leaning in on empathy, really acknowledging the impacts to the elephant. So demonstrating respect and compassion and honesty as we move through tough times with our budget. We talked about really acknowledging the impacts and just being upfront that sometimes there is loss and grief that comes along with service reductions. These are jobs that people do every day, and they often really identify with those roles. And then on the flip side, we talked about really celebrating those wins and celebrating the progress along the way. And then finally, we talked about, again, the elephant doesn't necessarily have to agree with us, but if we can develop that momentum with a shared vision and accountability, we can at least walk together along the path. So we talked about developing that shared plan for action, connecting to shared priorities and fostering collaboration, and then really inviting people in and identifying those opportunities where we can be innovative and collaborative as we tackle tough challenges. So last, we talked about clearing the path and removing the obstacles. So again, we have 4 kind of categories here. The first is really establishing that clear framework. So thinking back to those rider guidelines, we really want to establish and communicate what are the organizational priorities that we're focusing on. And then we really want to define and standardize our terms. And so what are the services that we are required to do? Those are kind of noted on the slide as core services. And then where are the services that we have choices that we can make? We talked about enabling hard decisions and then making sure that we're inclusive in our decision making. The second part of removing obstacles is really centered around that budget education and organizational knowledge. And so creating that education strategy to increase budget knowledge in the organization, which we are working on, and just continuing those efforts. And then really combating misinformation by demystifying the budget. A lot of staff don't really understand what's happening in the budget or feel like it's kind of happening in a black hole. And so really taking the mystery out of it and making sure that people understand what's happening and why. We also talked about a predictable process. And so making sure that we have a comprehensive budget calendar and a process so that staff understand what's happening and as well as council. And then setting some clear goalposts and understanding what assumptions are going into our budget and to our forecast. And then lastly, we talked about breaking down silos and optimizing our internal processes. So a lot of this path is really pretty organization driven, which makes sense. So again, really ensuring that inclusive decision making, really promoting collaboration and the shared success of what we're doing. And then really looking at our budget process and making sure that it's streamlined to the extent that we can, since I am not able to have my magic enterprise resource planning switch. So working with the tools that we have, we can absolutely still identify improvements and streamline those workflows. And then we really talked a little bit about internal support services and how they impact everybody in the organization. So these are our departments like IT and HR and finance, facilities, et cetera. And what are the needs and costs that are associated with those internal support services? Because we feel they're not very well understood, and yet they do have a significant impact on everybody in the organization. We have a slide that just sums it all up, and then I think I'm turning it back to Nancy.
Now that we've kind of talked through at a high level this framework, we want to, again, give you all some opportunity to have some small group conversation centered around a couple of questions. And we'll put the summary. All will have the benefit of this. I want you all to start having some question and answers around your tables around a few key concepts. The first is based on what you just heard, the last breakout, is there anything that needs clarification? Is there anything that you would want to change? Anything that's kind of sticking a little bit as something that we would want to make sure we're all on the same page with? The second question then is, if we look at these guidelines, if we look at this framework all together and we think about kind of the rider, the elephant, and the path, what's most important? You know, there are a lot of different concepts that are captured within this, and it would be great as we move forward. And then finally, we want you to give a little bit of thought to roles. So wanted you to talk in your groups a little bit about the roles of council versus staff in the upcoming budget process. So fair bit to talk about. We will put the summary slide back up so that you all can refer to that in your discussions, but probably 15 minutes conversation. We'll see how it's going, and if we need a little time, then we'll take it. Okay. All right. Put back up the slide and go from here.
Oh, did it not go? There it is. It just says a delay. Which was the question by?
I just feel like hard to not have the framework up.
Yeah, just taking a picture of it.
Oh, okay.
We'll put the framework back up as soon as.
But these are the questions in case you need them.
Mhm. So, yes, right. Mhm. We're gonna have one more question after this too. Yep.
All right, let's start to come back. I know folks are anxious to get to the priority piece of all of this, so we'll do a little bit of a debrief on the 3 questions and then have a little bit of a larger conversation around messaging and how we want to talk about things. All right, so we had 3 questions that we asked you all to consider in your groups, and one, oh, I was just going to keep talking. Like, I will keep talking forever. Okay, so want to do a little bit of a full group debrief on the questions that we had posed. The first of which, is there anything that you all talked about needing to clarify or to change about the framework? Anything you would want to have some conversation about or see a little bit differently? Yes. I was just gonna say, hold on, I gotta microphones.
In our group, we clarified that this is not linear. You know, we keep starting with the writer, but you may need to start in multiple places at the same time.
Absolutely. It might be a much more impactful thing to put your effort on clearing the path. And we don't know necessarily, I mean, it's going to be different for each challenge. It's going to be different for each approach. It's going to be different depending on who's involved. And so recognizing that this isn't a linear framework, I think is important. It does come up as a linear framework because that's how PowerPoint makes you do things. But ignore that part of things. Thank you. Other things that you all would want some clarification on or to change? Yep.
I'm not sure how to frame it, but we did talk about the council pillars here, and they're good council pillars, but I imagine it's remarkably easy for staff and management to look at the programs that we are doing and the values that council has and say, oh, this can fit into a whole bunch of these.
At least one.
At least one, yeah. And so for staff to have the responsibility and the burden to figure out which services to prioritize and see that they fit in so many of these because these are really good, but they're also broad. And I would love for us as a council to be able to provide more clarity. It can't happen all immediately, but I would hope that that's part of strategic planning as we move forward with that and some of the next steps of the workshops that we go through. But it's really hard for staff and management to do that. And so I've got a lot of empathy for that and hope that we can make that a little bit better and easier for them.
That is our hope as well, is that we, as we work through this, we can get some more clarity and make sure that everybody is on the same page. Thank you. Any other, yep.
I mean, I'll just add one of the things that we very lightly touched on is this is all important and great. And there's still some of these like external factors that very few of us in this room have anything to do with, and just being mindful, right? There's like the federal, there's state. And so we're going to, you know, hold hands together, and there's a lot of stuff, noise on the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. That will, like, the external environment will impact your path. And so we have not maybe listed absolutely everything that is on the path or that could be on the path, but from a framework perspective, it's important to know that like this isn't it. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm gonna use Kenya's language, but because I think this is worth. One of the things we talked about that's a challenge with this framework is that we're trying to navigate outcomes through priorities, you know, a list of council priorities and not goals, right? Like, what is our goal for the community with this budget? What is our goal for our organization with this budget? So when we just have a list of priorities, it feels almost incomplete. And I think that's a little bit maybe what they were talking about with you know, community stuff too. I think it was a brilliant way of putting it, but that sort of that kept surfacing itself as one of the challenges in all of this, right? Is like, how do we craft a budget that is responsible for outcomes for our community, for our organization, for everyone that we can all live with without having specific goals for those specific groups.
Okay. So kind of the need for some targets to bring a little bit more specificity to just areas that we know we're going to be focusing on, but what exactly are we trying to achieve? Okay, that's great. Was there anything that was missing? You know, as you think about clarification or changes, was there anything that as you were going through this or as you were listening to it, you were like, you know, there is a pain point that I'm not seeing? Yep.
It's not a pain point. I just think that like, I think all the guidance, all of the pieces are very, very helpful. The funds, the money itself and the funds, just because like, it's not one, it's a holistic budget, but it's not one bucket of money.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that has to be like a lens that comes into the conversation.
Sorry. I don't want to call it a pain point. I want to call it a reality of you have 7 elected officials and you have staff. I think the main difference is like, you know, between the city manager and I, the city manager convinced 7 people for a job. I have to convince 100,000 people for a job. So the way that I have to communicate and talk about things is highly political. I don't think political is the same as campaigning. And I think our organization is taught really hard to not be political, which I appreciate. But then we translate the work that you do, and we don't always translate it in a articulate way or maybe the way that you want it to be told. And so I do think there is this gray in our Venn diagram where we're elected officials, we're communicating things out that are important. And we talked about at our table the example of the art manager being cut last year. Was it from a budgetary standpoint important? Yeah, because there was a little bit of duplication in that work. The position was unfilled. It meant we didn't have to cut somebody else, and the city management team didn't have to look at someone and say, we're cutting your job. But the elected officials had to go out to the angry mob that's like, but you said art's really important. You have this art performing center. And it's just a faction difference of how we have to do our work. And I think if we could figure out a little bit in the same way that we need to communicate things differently and to different audiences. And so what is the right by the city might not be the right choice for an elected official. And it is very different because our jobs are at risk constantly if we don't meet the community's expectation. And so it's not a pinpoint, but it is a reality that in the budget process is missing. And I was telling them, sometimes we need defense.
Yep.
Why did you do this? And the way that we did budget in the past, we had a lot more information up front about why decisions and trade-offs were made. And we don't have to do that nearly as much anymore, because in my opinion, the budget that is presented should reflect the council's values. That wasn't the case in our past form of government. But the organization got used to defending their decisions and cuts to the elected board. And so while this budget is ours, and we don't need necessarily all the time a lot of defense, we're going to need that defense going forward when we're in cut mode all the time. Like, what trade-offs? You guys sit around the table and make really smart trade-offs. That's why we hire you to do it. That's not always communicated us in a way that we can communicate defensively. So I do think we need a little more up forward reasons about why cuts were made, the decisions about why they were there, so we can walk along and share that message with you.
Absolutely. And I'll just preview the next question that we're going to ask you all is about communication and how we want to message some of the choices that we're making. So I think that that's a very good lead in, but I do want to touch on the rest of these questions before we get to that one. As far as kind of what's most important to you moving forward about the framework, did you all have discussion around kind of what parts of this are most important? Yep.
I mean, yes and no. I actually want to tack on to what the mayor is saying, but it's also answering this question. Like, to her point, we all are dealing with people in the community who believe that this item or this service or this thing or that isn't helping them or isn't keeping them safe or isn't this. And so I do think, like, I want to elevate that, because based on the direction that we go, like, it will matter so much that we have that information and that we have that really critical information and that we're telling that story together, because these guidelines are critical and they're important. But there are people that I know that think that there's a lot of things that are happening that don't need to happen or shouldn't happen. And I'm not saying that I support those views or those opinions, but I do have to go to them and say, well, here's why we fund this, or here's how we do this. And so it is really big, and it is a lot, and it'll be a big ask, and it'll be a big project in 2026, I think, for all of us. And so I just really making sure that that storytelling, some of that rationale, but to the mayor's point, like, what were some of those trade-offs, or what do those trade-offs look like, are going to be really critical, because some of us, all of us, sit with very different lived experiences, but have people who are, like, you know, extremely happy with certain things and then extremely dissatisfied with certain things, and really trying to make everyone happy, which we know isn't going to happen. I think, you know, letting go of people pleasing is going to be the biggest goal of 2026.
A good way to walk into 2026. Absolutely. Aspirational. Yep.
You know, one thing we talked at our table about was also trying to find the questions that staff can help answer. I liked how you put it, of like, to see around the corner, right? And trying to help anticipate those effects of our questions. One thing I raised was, you know, like last year there was kind of different scenarios that department heads were asked to put together, and then we don't really know where it landed. But also, like, I want to help own that decision, and it needs to come at staff recommendation, or staff, you know, staff built and gave us the information. But like, knowing that staff can't advocate, which is really challenging because you care about your people and the work you do, how can we kind of help own that decision together? And how can, not that we need to, like, say, yeah, and you're going to cut 12 and you're going to cut 5, like, that's, I don't think that's for us to do, but trying to help us understand, like, I want to use the graffiti example. It's a good one of, like, okay, so if we decided we were going to no longer do graffiti cleanup and it saves us X amount of money, well, what can we reasonably anticipate could be a consequence of that choice? And, you know, just kind of trying to ask that next question, and we'll need y'all to help anticipate or maybe guide us towards what we should have asked in the times that maybe we didn't. And then as counselors, we need to be really curious, and I think also maybe commit to one another that there's this need to be an understanding that when council's asking questions, I think it's also because maybe we haven't asked enough questions in the past, and we need to do better about that, and trust that we're trying to ask from curiosity and understanding and help us own the decision, and not because you're on trial, right? I know sometimes it can feel very contentious if you're being asked from the dais. And so how we can almost have like a bit of a working agreement on how we're going to go through this together, that we need to be empowered to ask questions, and that it's because we're all working towards that same goal. So, but I think like trying to anticipate as best we can the consequence of these choices and being able to justify we are mandated to handle XYZ. And then we are mandated by ourselves because we value XYZ also, right? So just, I think there's a lot of acknowledgement that we've got a really hard task ahead.
Yeah, and I think that we've kind of bled into that third question of kind of what are the roles. Part of what I'm hearing is that one of the roles of council is to be really curious and to ask the questions so that you understand what some of the impacts of these decisions are so that you can communicate it effectively. One of the roles of staff is to make sure you have that information. Are there other kind of roles of staff and council in this that you all discussed? Yep.
Can I make one more point? I think we're not going to solve this today, but it's something I talked to Jocelyn about because Jocelyn straddles both sides of the organization. Sometimes I think we need a new definition for words or a new understanding of what those words mean, because advocacy, I get, carries a huge connotation and staff can't advocate. But if you can't advocate or convince me, how do I take your point to the public and do the same? And so I understand, I know Jenny's going to kill me in our one-on-one tomorrow, but they don't want to have the responsibility of blame if we make a decision and it goes bad. I get that, but we got to go elbow to elbow. And there's a fine line between strong-arming the council for your will, but there's not enough, in my opinion, trying to help us understand where you are. So maybe we think of a different word besides advocacy that's not convince or blackmail, but you are the subject matter experts. You were hired for a particular reason because you bring something to this city. And when we shove you into a corner and say, don't advocate or don't try to convince us, we're losing. And it's not like we're getting like two decisions all the time. It's gray. And so I think we need a new set of organizational word for political and advocacy.
And we have added to the slide some of this conversation in the Motivate the Elephant section around kind of understanding and anticipating reactions and needs and understanding the why, but also being prepared to lean into those different roles and have a good understanding of how advocacy can work, even if we're not using that term. Yep.
I mean, a lot's been said, so I'll just be quick, but I think needing information on impact is critical for us. Like a budget, and before I was on council, I was on budget committee, and it used to be a lot worse even. We would get 1,200-page binders, and good luck, you know, but like understanding what that actually means to the programs, to the community, to staff, to the outcomes that we want. Like translating that, there's no Rosetta Stone that, you know, is easily to do that. And so I depend on staff to educate me on like, okay, if we make this decision, what is the impact of those things? I would also say for me personally, and the councilors, budgets are not, like we should have a policy in place before we try and implement it through a budget, right? Like the policy decisions need space to have, or policy discussions need space to have healthy discussions, right? It should not happen at the budget time, right? Like I feel like a lot of times our policies are made in the budget and we don't necessarily get enough time to discuss those individual policies outside of the budget framework. And a lot of it's not intentional that way. It's just because it didn't come up until we were writing the budget or whatever. But like sometimes I think the policy discussion should predate the budget, and that's been a little difficult for me to navigate.
And your budget can help to implement the policies.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Anything else? Any of these questions or on roles? Nadia?
I mean, I want to just, like, I do think understanding the short-term and long-term implications of certain decisions. There's something that Councilor Hartmeyer-Prigg said, though, like, I don't think that we want to be in the business of, like, choosing between A and B, but that is inevitably, like, a little bit of what's happening. And I had a unique moment because I had police and library here. And one of the things we talked about is how it is departments against each other for funding. And so while I want the city manager and city leadership to be able to make those decisions, I do worry about where our role is in some of that and just how we can feel a part of it, especially as we move down this path, because I think some of those decisions are made before in budget or when they come to us. And I'm not saying that I need to be in every one, but it is important, again, as we go out in 2026 and say, here's what we've prioritized and here's why, when some of that is maybe made by city leadership and we're kind of just trying to catch up. That makes sense.
Again, making sure that we have the context for how we got to where we are when we're making those decisions.
Yeah, I do want to clarify one thing that we're getting better. It's not perfect, but as an executive team, we do try to make decisions as one Beaverton. And I will say that I don't believe that there's one department head in this room that will try to pit one source of funding against another department. I think we recognize that we just don't have enough, and we're trying to work in this process together with you all to help make sense of that the best that we can. But I just want the council to feel really good that you have a team in here that understands that we have one community and that we have limited resources, and that we are going to work together to make the best recommendation and not put you in a corner, but use some of the feedback that we've heard tonight and today, excuse me, to be able to make those decisions so that you don't feel caught off guard or surprised, because that's the last thing that we want for you.
Any other comments on this? All right, let's shift a little bit to talking about messaging.
Yeah, so Mayor kind of started to allude to this and the importance of this, and so we wanted to have some space in the room to talk about it. The notes and the input you provided, thank you, because that's really helpful as Jenny and the team starts to put together a more finalized set of criteria moving forward. But how you navigate that and how you use that is going to be really important. And so the question here on the screen is, how do you want to talk about the situation and the financial choices that are before the city? And that's a little bit what you talked about, Mayor, in terms of being prepared, anticipating community reaction or staff reaction to other areas. And so thinking from the public perspective and also from a staff perspective, how do you approach that? What, the role of council versus the role of staff, and advocating, for the air quotes, right? Same idea, championing choices, explaining the hows and whys. I want to have a little bit of conversation about what that might look like, please.
So I'll open it up with just a quick thought about communicating with the public. I'm going to channel my inner Councilor Kimmy.
All right.
Images and graphics go a long way for quick communication. If I'm knocking on doors trying to get people to vote for a levy or share a story, I might have 30 seconds to get the message across. And then I will try to leave something behind. And that piece of paper needs to be packed full with as much easily digestible information as it can get to get the point across. So graphics are great. They help people understand that we are in a major budget ongoing crisis that's not entirely our doing. A lot of that's from measures 5 and 50. A lot of it's because of inflation. But we need to be able to tell the story. I need good information from staff so that I don't accidentally say something that's not accurate and then have that be turned into misinformation that's then twisted against what the city is trying to do. Like, I want to help tell the story, and I need to be able to tell it in about 30 seconds when I've got somebody at their door.
To be able to tell the story, but also to make it accessible in a way that they will hear it or they will pay attention to it because it touches them personally, right? Okay, images and storytelling. Councilor.
It seems like from the survey that we got, most of our residents get their information through our newsletter. I think it's like that is it, or they come through, they log into our website to find out their information, but most of our information go to the public through our newsletter, even though we wanted to save some money, but that's the most effective way to reach the public. So I think we have to really utilize that for the future to communicate with the public, I should say. That's what data shows, that's what survey shows, so.
Okay. Well, and keep in mind, you have two important topics. You have the overall budget challenge that you're facing, and how do you message that and talk about all the efforts and the potential impacts of choices and you have the conversation around the levy. They're obviously related in a deep, meaningful way, but they're also two discrete elements of work, right? And how you are going to navigate that, how you're going to communicate what you're doing, why you're doing it, and the impacts of choices throughout. Dan.
Just to be the naysayer on the newsletter a little bit, I think the newsletter is great, and it does, it is the popular tool, and we know that from the survey, and we know that historically, but it's also what's out there, right? Like we haven't tried other methods necessarily, and it really, we have to think about who it's reaching, and it's going to, we're sending it to homeowners, to households. And, so where are we missing? And, so I think that's the piece too. It's like looking for areas that within the survey or within other, communication tools, what are we missing? We know that works. We should be doing more than just that, right? Like not necessarily repeating the same thing over and over.
I'm going to counterpoint the assistant city manager here because I have been around for a long time. We have most certainly tried other ways to communicate to the public. And the people that vote are, I don't say homeowners, they could live in apartments, but they are people getting the newsletter. And so it is, and we can look at May voters and the elected officials in this room. I've lectured to death on like, when you're in campaign mode, you talk to people that vote. You don't talk to people that might live here, that might vote. Like you have limited time. You need to talk to people that vote consistently. And those are the people that the newsletter goes to. So I do think, and you had all the way up until the crisis we were in to try something new. We don't try something new 6 months when the elected officials have to go to door and ask for a levy. So after we get through this, I look forward to your ideas.
Well, and one of the elements in the, I think it was in the writer category, was to have a variety of methods too. And so you should not be shutting out anything. You want to lean into those things, but also, thinking about who are your ambassadors too. I mean, you have a lot of ambassadors. You have members of your boards and commissions, you have volunteers, you have a lot of folks that are invested in how well the city is performing. And so how do you tap into that? And that is in addition to, not as a substitute from the other areas.
I've had a lot of conversations, and to the mayor's point earlier, they're very limited, right? Like even as much, but I think one thing that I'm certain of is that the people in this room and the people on this staff probably have more municipal budgeting experience than the 102,000 people in the city combined. And so how we think about our budget is not how most people think about budgets. They think about rent, just a few lines. And so I think we have to get out of our expert mode. We have to get out of our experience mode, and we have to talk about purpose and mission and what are we trying to do with budgets and impacts on families and things like that. And I found that's been my most meaningful conversations at the dog park is not when I, translating again, that Rosetta Stone from a 1,200 page document to how this impacts you and your family and the safety and your kids walking to school and stuff like that. And it doesn't take a lot to build support, because I think people, they elect us and they employ us because they don't want to deal with this. That's the reality. They don't want to deal with this. They want it to work. They want to live in a safe community, all those things. And I think we've got to center ourselves on, we're the experts, but we are not communicating what they want to hear and the amount they can digest. And I think I don't have the answer for that, but I think we've got to figure that out in a pretty quick window if we want them to invest more in us. And I desperately want them to, but we got to figure out that value story pretty quickly. And so when I think about that, like that's the missions 1 through 10 right there.
Sustained quality of life and even just, value of community, value of property, but all of these things, they all factor in. Yeah, exactly. Right. Nadia.
Not to counter the counterpoint. One of the things, Councilor Kimmy, you mentioned the newsletter. That was something based on the survey. I know our table had talked about like who that really was in terms of like socioeconomic status and age, because I don't know that we felt that the newsletter is the point for information. I do want to add, I've said this before, but I think it's important to say here, like, and I'm often really honest about this, like with what is happening in our community particularly, there is a really difficult sort of sense of like what, let me be more clear, like federal agents taking people off the streets. And so there are people who are saying, like, where's public safety? Where's police? Where's that? And like, that's just the truth of where I'm living and what I'm hearing. And so I'm not, I don't believe that our police officers aren't doing any, you know, like what their role in this city. And that messaging and that piece is, I think it's just going to be so critical in how we continue, because I don't think it's going to stop. And I think that will majorly impact the way people are feeling, because I worry that there will be a tension point in the next 6 months to a year where something could happen or will happen. And it will be sort of this like, hopefully not worse, but I just, that is something I really want your support as staff and maybe counselors, like to make sure that we're talking about, because I think it is creating a lot of tension in the community right now.
On a microphone. There is a lot to be said too about the folks who are completing the survey are the people who are going to their mailbox and getting the survey and taking the time to complete it. They're also the same ones who are going to their mailbox and are taking the time to read your city. So when you really kind of start looking at those, it is skewed a little bit in terms of the data itself. But also when you look at things of looking at the communication channels, so it's the more passive people that we really aren't capturing. And that's who we need to start looking at how we can get to those folks too. To the mayor's point, the folks who are checking your city are the folks who are voting. So it's kind of two different conversations in terms of long-term communications impacts versus just the levy. So we need to look at both of those. But when we look at things like the website, those are people who are coming to the website because they're seeking out a specific piece of information, generally speaking. So what's good about using that, the way we're looking at doing the blog and some of these other things, is that those folks are coming to the website looking for one thing, but we have this audience all of a sudden. So that's when we have to start putting out the information that we want to have in front of them. So that's when they're going there and they're looking for the utility bill, and then, oh, look, here's a video about the bike team. So those are the kind of things that we need to start trying to just harness those folks who are paying attention passively and get them more engaged so that they're more actively engaged in the future.
So when they get sucked into the internet, they're sucked into your website and they like want to keep going, right?
And not because they're lost trying to find what they're looking for, but because,
captivated,
which may or may not be what's happening right now, but they're sticking around because they're actually learning something and they want to be there.
Right, that's right. Something that speaks to them.
Okay, two points. The more they get sucked into the website, the more they get sucked in. Eventually, they'll be running for office themselves. They'll get more sucked in. I wanted to respond first to something that Councilor Husson was saying. I do think being aware of our external factors is very important, and communicating how our role as a city fits in. That is very important. I remember the first time I was running for office, there's somebody who likely has very different political beliefs than me. I was so fired up about the national government in the state and Portland, and I just had to keep on drawing them back to Beaverton. Like, I'm running for office here. Like, this is what I want to do here. And so I didn't decrease his emotion or passion, but I like pulled him back to what we can do as a city. I think that's really important. It's harder to do that these days with the current federal environment that we're in, so we can't do that completely. But I do think messaging Beaverton's role is important. The second piece is just another strategy for communicating with the public. It's something that Elizabeth and Kenya were saying at the table earlier. It's about humanizing the messaging. So it's easy to say, oh, a levy could bring in $5 million. And like, great, well, what does $5 million do in the grand scheme of things? But being able to tell the human impact of like, oh, this is the guy who works on your streets, and look at this little hand cart that paints your street lines. Like, that's really cool. And this is what you get for your money, and these are the people who are out on our streets, like the people on patrol or the bike team. Like, these are really good stories to tell, and that emotional story will stick with people more than a number. So I think there are some other jurisdictions that have done that well, and we can do some of that.
It definitely reinforces community too, right? And so the sense of local, and we're in this together. These are the people that work on behalf of the city. They also, you know, are part of the community and the fabric. I think that's also powerful, part of the same story you're describing, so.
I just wanted to emphasize that, Kevin, because I think that sometimes people see government as like this big bad thing, or it's just people up there and, you know, they don't know me. So I really love that idea of humanizing like the city and who like each of you are that is making the city run, you know, and that these are your neighbors working in our city that are patrolling our streets as BPD or are working on the roads or the side, you know, like, so I just wanted to emphasize that, Kevin, like that, like I felt that as you were talking about it, that people do need to know that. I mean, I often say this, people ask me what the hardest thing about being elected official is. And I'm like, sometimes people forget that I'm just like another person who like has a job and has feelings and like, I'm not trying to make their lives bad. Right. But like, just
No,
talk to
exactly,
me
that's
like,
the opposite.
right. And like, talk to me like another human. And I think just like reminding our community that these are your neighbors too. This city works in service of you.
Yeah.
And we are part of this community, you know, so and not like from the elected side because they know we live here because we have to, but just like talking, I guess, about the staff aspect, the like the city is not a nebulous thing. It is made up of real people and is made up of like our community.
People relate to the individual far more than they're going to relate to numbers, for sure. Even though you have to solve a number problem, it's still a people situation. It reminds me a lot of, as you're coming, you know, at the airport in Portland, right? All of the pictures of the people who are local who worked on the airport. I mean, every time I walked by there a lot of times, and every time I still read it, and I still like, I feel those people as a part of that, and that's really impactful, right? And it makes it community, it makes it personal and local. So it's the same idea, I think. All right. Any other general thoughts on telling the story? Mayor.
I think it kind of encompasses some of Councillor Hassan's points and what I just heard from Councillor Hartmeyer-Prigg and Councillor Teeter. We are the government closest to the people, and we have a lot of responsibility, not only for things that we do, but things that happen in all of our special districts. And we have to spend a lot of time explaining government, but it's because we're the people they recognize. Like, my husband will not go to a grocery store with me. There is no quick trip to a grocery store or stopping at 7-Eleven or going in and getting coffee. It's part of why I really love this job, but it's also just a reality. And I think what's going to be important for us in communication of the budget and with all of these external things that are happening is for us to, and I think you guys know this about me, I like to focus on what we can do. I spend most of my time finding outside sources, doing things that are different. I don't like to talk about what we can't do, but I do think we're in this moment where clarity really matters. For us to talk about what we can do, we have to sometimes talk about what we can't do or what these other governments are. And when I was campaigning, and I get a lot of the same, and everyone that's campaigned with me knows this, I would carry business card with other people's information on it. So when I started getting complaints about the Congresswoman, I could be like, well, here's her office. Like, and so we have to do a little bit of pivoting ourselves, but I think we could all use a little bit of storytelling and remember, and I think Councillor Hassan brings us back to this quite a bit, is that we are the government that people are looking to. Is it fair? Absolutely not. Can we change it? Absolutely not. I do not do performative action. I don't like it, but we do have to spend some time in explanation of what we're doing, who we're bringing together. We're the conveners. We have this extra level of responsibility because people know who we are. They don't often know who state reps are or senators. They might know who the federal delegation is, but they probably could not track down a county commissioner on the road. They would no idea who they are. So as we're kind of going forward and as the staff is helping us communicate this message, not only about the budget, but about our goals and about the levy, it's important to remember that piece of it. And so I think we need some help in that arena to be able to get out the door and defend where we are and talk about where we are, because we have this unfair burden because someone can't call the president and complain, but they can call the mayor.
You're the local champions. Local champions. Okay, well, and you know, part of this, what's that? I mean, At 2 a.m., yeah. In all caps, right, exactly. Okay, well, this is really helpful and, really humanizing the messaging throughout. I mean, that's the big takeaway here and leaning into this champion role. In order to be able to get to that point and being able to message and to engage, you have to work through the choices. And part of that is getting additional clarity, layers of clarity around what are the highest priorities? How do you balance these things? There are a number of criteria you looked at through that framework, including, what are we mandated to do, levels of service, are there other providers, all of these things. But the number one thing that kept coming through all the conversations with the executive team and with managers was, well, we need to know what's most important first. Yes, the things are mandated, but beyond that, like, what are the priorities? My observation and what I heard in the interviews with all of the council members ahead of this was that having one priority to focus on the finances was really valuable to stay laser focused. Like, we got to do this, and it has been helpful. Now the question is, well, how do we do that? In order to do that, we need to say, well, what elements of the work that we do rise to the top, right? And so it's that next tier. And absent a strategic plan, absent a whole framework that has a longer view, we need to look at what are the interim priorities in order to help inform choices that come before you, to be able to explain the why, the how decisions are being made. And so we're going to take a little bit of break, but as we do that, I'm going to ask each of you I get passed around the green sticky Post-it notes. Hopefully you've given a little thought about this. Your top priorities for the next, knowing that a strategic plan is coming and a larger framework. In the interim of that, we want to start to identify and define what are the top priorities. And so you have 3 Post-its. And so your top 3 priorities, if you write those down on there, we're going to use those and start to think about how they fit in within the pillars. You'll see that there are some Post-its there already. Those are simply the current focus things that have been going on. Now, those may or may not be, yes, those are the highest priority. We'll talk about that. But we put them up there as a starting point. If yours are similar, that's okay. We can still put them on there. So over the break, write down your priorities. When we come back, we'll have you read them off, and we will sort of map them out there and have a conversation about what does that mean, what does that look like, and then try to distill into what are the big rocks for the next 12 to 18 months. Make sense? Okay. So good question. The question was how tactical they should be. And so think about them in the context of we're making budget choices, right? And so I would say we're not talking about, are we paving Oak Street, right? But are we focused on safety versus housing, or those sorts of, so higher level, not quite to the pillar level, but within that framework. Does that provide enough clarity? We'll find out. We'll talk about it. We'll talk, yeah, and we'll talk about it. We'll see what rises through. So not the pillars. What within the pillars do you think is important to prioritize? 215, perfect. This is just for council.
And try the other to make sure that. I think it'll shake out.
Go ahead and fill your cup, grab a cookie, I don't know, whatever you want to do, and then let's regroup. Fine. Okay. No, you're ahead of everybody else. You're good. And you Post-its too? That's what I'm gonna. Well, we're gonna stick them up over here. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Well, I mean, it comes with the role, Mayor. Okay, guys, let's grab seats. Your most recent seats. Here's what we're going to do. Each of you, hopefully, over the break was able to write down your 3 top priorities onto each individual, one per Post-it. Catherine is on the back. We have the major kind of current efforts, we'll call them, that Jenny shared with us earlier today, back on the pillars. We're going to use the pillars as our framework. The pillars, the 8 council pillars, are an important construct, an important framework. They really speak to the broad values that you hold for the city and for the community. What we want to do now is really think through what are the, particularly for the next 12, 18 months, what are the highest priorities? And it doesn't mean that nothing happens on anything else. Just as a reminder, we're talking about that margin above the water that requires extra time, care, and attention. And as staff is evaluating and working through budget options, it can be informed by the things that are identified as most important by council. So that's what we're driving toward. We will navigate this process through and have some conversation about what it means. Before we go through it, I'm going to ask each of you to read the priorities that you have and tell us where you think it lands, and we'll stick it up there so we can start to see what all resides. Oh, we've got a new attire. Everybody's getting sweatshirts. We're going to just have it spread around. So I'm going to ask you to share them, and then we will post them up there, and we'll have some conversation about, where is there overlap, where is there a need for clarifying what the intent is, how they fit together. We'll have some conversation. Ultimately, we will take all of these and we will do some ranked voting to see what collectively rises to the top. So we'll first of all get everything up here. So I want to start off by asking Catherine to remind us of the things that are up there because we can't read them from here.
Yep.
And so we have this in the room.
Okay. So as was discussed previously, the pink stickies just speak to kind of the current focus areas that are already underway. So on good government, we have fiscal sustainability, so the levy and fees. We also have a note for smart tech for smarter services. On housing, we had talked about several projects earlier, but they all kind of fit into the category of affordable housing. On economic prosperity, we had labeled this as economic development and workforce support, but it really kind of comes down to the economic development strategic plan. We have 2 on quality infrastructure. One of those is utility infrastructure. The other is the transportation system plan and the downtown loop. And then on environmental sustainability, this was really about the climate action planning.
Update.
Update, yep. So some of them, the ones that are overlapping are the ones that we've tried to give a little bit more context for what it is we're really talking about, because some of the labels were pretty high level. So.
And keeping in mind, these are underway. And so if these don't come through as the highest of the priorities, there's a possibility things could slow, or there are other things that might rise above. It doesn't mean that there's going to be a full stop. And so we'll have some conversation about what that might mean as we navigate through. So, all right. So I'm going to ask for each of the counselors to share their top 3 priorities. We'll get them mapped up there, and then we'll have some conversation. We'll do this kind of by the pillar area and what that means, what that looks like. So volunteer to go first. Who wants to go? Ashley.
We'll go. My top 3 priorities are safe streets, people are housed, and the deficit is closed.
Okay. So I'm going to hand this over to Catherine. And we're going to put safe streets under quality infrastructure, presumably. Okay. Do you have preference? Bless you. Okay. Okay. That one is
People are housed.
people are housed. And that one is
The deficit is closed.
the deficit is closed. Okay. All right. Who's next? Okay. Nadia. Very systematic of you.
Okay. I said ensure business growth for small local businesses, build safety that's centered on economic prosperity, connecting vulnerable residents to social services. Good luck.
Okay. Over, this is great. All right, so Catherine, tell where we're thinking this might land, and then we can confirm.
So build safety that's centered on economic prosperity. I think we were thinking goes more in economic prosperity.
Or safety.
Or,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think it's, okay. Ensure business growth for small and local businesses would also be economic prosperity. And connecting vulnerable residents to social services. That inclusive community, good government.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of these are easier to put in
Yeah.
between them than others. I will just point that out now.
Yeah. It's hard that some of these are far apart on the sheet, but yes.
Yeah. All right, Mary, you want to go next? Okay.
Okay, so I got for resources for immigrant community, got to pass the levy
Mm-hmm.
and reimagine city government structure.
Okay, so 2 on good governance and 1 on inclusive community.
Yeah.
Okay, so. There.
So we have a structural deficit. That's what I'm saying. Like regards to the budget wise, how can we restructure it so that we can address structural deficit? That's all I mean.
Okay, you're
Okay,
not
not
talking
organiz-
about changing our form of government.
No, no, no.
Yeah, okay.
No,
yeah.
nothing like that.
Yeah, Mayor.
Not about changing the
Yeah,
form of
okay,
a
thanks.
government. Regards to budget wise.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Yeah, no, no.
No, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We will definitely nest that under the financial sustainability.
Resources for the immigrant community, is that inclusive community? Okay.
And we will talk about each of these too,
Yeah,
because some
yeah.
of these are naturally nesting together as amendments.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, that one's a good
Right,
one.
Kevin?
Okay, my 3 are transportation system plan update,
Thank you.
continue implementing the housing production strategy, and levy approval and fees for public safety and transportation.
Okay. So
If those are the fees that we end up going with, but fees and levy.
right. Again, fitting within the current game plan for financial sustainability on the revenue side. Okay, so those all couple with some of the current initiatives that Jenny reviewed earlier.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Ready?
Yeah, I don't know if I did this right, but
There's not a wrong. It's fine.
there might be. I did, I wrote all, but at the end of the day, like, we're in a budget constrained environment, so I tried to temper my goals for the next year with that, and I also wanted to focus on the experience. And so I just, like, my priorities are easy for residents to understand services that are available and easy for them to access those services from city government. So that's a value, like people, that'll help them understand the value of government, right? So like, that could be as like the court, easy to access the court, easy to access some of our housing services, that sort of thing. Like, think of it from a process standpoint.
So from a process point, not from an education and engagement.
Could be any of it, but it could be just how you access those. Like,
Okay.
it's not necessarily adding new things, it's changing the way people access them and they understand those sources are available.
And so within good government, there's an awareness
Yes.
and education that fits.
And
with
then we're
that.
changing the process to make it more accessible and easier to navigate.
So process improvement, okay.
Second one, you'll notice a theme, easy for small business to start, grow, and scale in Beaverton.
Okay.
So that could be things like permits, grants, zoning changes, all that sort of stuff, like how they navigate our complicated system. We got to make it easier for them to do.
Simplify the
Especially-
system.
yep.
Yep.
And then the last one is easy for people to get around town, no matter their mode of transport. So whether you're walking, biking, driving, parking, like how do we, if we imagine this from a user experience, like how do we make it easier to navigate government interactions with those things? So it was sort of an easy theme for me. I probably did it wrong, but
No, I don't think so. One is around kind of transportation movement, one is around economic ease of access for economic prosperity, and the first one was around
Accessing government.
the other
Yeah,
thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Government.
Services, right, under good government. Okay, your theme is simplify. Simplify and provide access. You're grading? No, no judgment. No, all this is all good. Exactly. Everybody does get an A until we get to the end of this day, and then we will grade you all. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, Mayor, I'm sorry. I was going through this, whole
Yeah, I
movement here.
appreciate that. Well, I did not write novels. I wrote basically one word. I'm trying to think of like getting out of the weeds, which originally I think I would have wrote loop and some of the other things that I care deeply about. But I, in my soul, think communication needs to be a priority of this organization. And I don't know, I think it is all of this, all right? Like, it's kind of what we've been talking about all day, is communication is fragmented, it is siloed, it is based on the person saying it. We've invested in resources. We have outside company investing in resources. We have Nicole that's joined us now. And so like communication has to be the bedrock, in my opinion, of everything we do, or none of this matters because people don't know we've made such wonky words out of a lot of these things. And then fiscal plan, and by that I mean the levy and the package that we're putting forward. Because again, if we fail and have to cut $15 million from the budget, we have to cut the entire staff population of this building. And so it's hard for me to think about anything other than that. And then safety, our whole, what we talked about on Tuesday and the direction we're giving staff is really predicated on our ability to name issues that are happening and what we're doing. And so that's, for me, if I were to communicate what I think we should be working on this year. How that fits into all of it, that's what we pay you to do. Thanks.
So why we're here. No, so the communication, we'll put it underneath good government. Is that what you're putting under good government? Yeah. Yeah, but agreed. I mean, that is how you do all the work in order to be able to do everything else. And of course, safety is easy in that same spot. And then, remember the third one?
Fiscal plan.
Fiscal plan, right. Yeah, of course, communication with fiscal plan. Okay, so we have a lot of, now I've gotten everybody, right? Just double check my assumptions here. All right, so we have a lot clearly clustered around good government. And I think a lot of them relate to the same topics. Catherine, you can see them better than I can from here. You want to tell us?
These are all of the financial ones, so the levy and fees, these all kind of connect there. Also under good governance, we have or good government, excuse me, smart tech for smarter services, communication, and kind of ease of access of services.
Okay.
Probably the four.
So sort of four kind of categories, potential priorities that are nestled within good government.
Yep.
Let's go back one over to inclusive community and remind us that's about.
That is the resources for the immigrant community, excuse me.
Okay. And then underneath economic prosperity, looks like we have them also a little bit nested.
A little bit, but I guess that was one that I probably want to make sure we're on the same page with.
Yep.
We have build safety that's centered on economic prosperity, ensure business growth for small and local businesses, and it's easy for small businesses to start, grow, and scale in Beaverton. Like, it's possible that all three of those go together. It's possible that we meant different things, and so I guess I'm asking the question to you all.
I'm build safety around economic prosperity.
Yep.
Can we shift that to safety? Because I
Mhm.
think it was more
think it
centered
goes
on
to
safety
safety
when
too.
I wrote it. Thanks.
All right, so under economic prosperity, we really have the focus on small business. And then we have the economic development strategic plan kind of related. Okay, so those are sort of two areas.
Are the two.
And again, one does, they may relate to each other. Certainly one might provide the direction to the other. And then under environmental sustainability, that's what we just had before. So that,
Climate
it's really
action plan.
the climate action plan, exactly. And then under safety, we have it broadly defined as safety priority. And then we have it, specifically as related to strengthening economic prosperity. And so kind of a nuance to your point, but safety, I would put those kind of together as safety being a priority as we're going to be voting on this. And then under housing,
Housing production strategy implementation, affordable housing, people are housed.
okay.
For
Let me just pause
Yeah.
really quick. Do we need to have any clarifying discussion related to housing? I mean, it sounds like it's continuing the progress of what's been underway, but I want to make sure that that's a safe assumption. I'm seeing nod head, nod head. Okay. All right, good.
Quality infrastructure, we have utility infrastructure, safe streets, easy for people to get around town no matter their mode of transport, and then the transportation system plan update and downtown loop.
Okay, so for those that had topics related to roads, transportation movement, what are your thoughts on how they are similar and how they are disconnected in terms of potential areas of focus or priority? Kevin?
I put the transportation system plan there, and the reason why I put it is because it's so focused on long-term term planning over the next 15 to 20 years, and the meat of all of that work will be this year. But there is also a sticky up there for safe streets, which is similar, but it is also includes, I would assume, I don't remember who put it there, it would actually include our like traffic calming program, things like that that are more near term. Councilor Hartmeyer, you can talk more about it too, but I feel like they complement each other, but one is more long term, long is more near term. Do you have anything you want to add? Is that good? Okay.
I know, I get through that. So if we're talking, so in the transportation plan, that was something that was up there, obviously within the current projects that are underway too. And I don't know, Jenny, if you want to chime in at all too, because that work is likely to continue forward. Is that? Right, right, right. And that's something that
Sorry,
is
I wasn't
likely
speaking into the
to,
mic.
was that?
I wasn't speaking into the mic.
Yeah. That is likely something that you're going to see evidenced in the longer term strategic plan, right? In terms of what you want the community to look like and how you get there and all of that sort of thing.
Is that, can I just ask to clarify? Because
Yeah.
isn't that like a freebie though? Like that has to be done and it's going to be done anyway. So like, why would we make that a priority? Like, cause it has to be done and it's already under work. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do we do that?
Do we sacrifice or not?
Yeah, like well, we're not gonna stop it, right? Like it's gonna go forward, but
I think the reason why it's listed up there is because while, yes, it needs to be done and we're doing an update, the amount of resources that it takes to get over a goal line crosses departments, and that's a big lift. So you still have to do the work, but you're taking resources from other departments to get the lift, and so that means that they have less capacity for other things. And if we just slow that roll, then it's not going to get finished for maybe another couple of years. So I think that's kind of why it's elevated in my mind.
so it's
Staff
more of
can
a
try-
question of like this year or next year next year or the year after does it get finished? Because it has to get finished. Right?
Well,
Like
I mean, it's on a track to be finished, you know, and I think we budgeted for that. I think the question of, you know, to your point of like, it's going to happen irregardless. Yes, maybe. But, you know, I think it's the speed, you know, and the resources allocated to it have been scaled to get it done sooner. And that reflects the priority. And I think that what I was going to say earlier, the idea of safe streets is super helpful for the staff side of it, right? Like the TSP, the traffic calming, some of those things are project level things that those are things that we do to try to implement that goal of safe streets. And so then it's a question of intensity, right? Like how much do we plus up or pull back?
you kind of just answered my follow-up, which is why would we not just make it safe streets then, just because that could be the TSP, but it could also be some of these other things.
All kinds of things, yep.
That's kind of what I was getting at. So, thanks for anticipating. Right.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I maybe went to the higher level version of things, it becomes then an umbrella, right? When I say the deficit is closed, like that encompasses a ton of work, right? But I'm saying like it is a priority to me that we get to that point, and that I'm not saying the how, I'm just saying that's what is important. And so for me, safe streets, to get to safe streets, there's a ton of things that go into that. And that's like the physical built environment. That's that is the policy, that is the TSP, that is traffic calming. Like it's kind of all of it. And maybe that's kind of unfair for me to like throw such a large thing at it versus like a more singular thing. But I think part of it is if for me the priority is safe streets, staff is going to help with that how. And I think I tend to agree that I struggle at work a lot because we have way too many priorities, and it means that all of them have slowed down because we have too many at once. And I am constantly asking my leadership to let us focus and to stop giving us more, because it means that everything slows down, or some things actually are paused for the now and we can't make any progress against them. So I do think the reason why that one is so important, especially with like this big unknown at the state level with the transportation package, we have to keep staying focused because then we're also ready for the moment that if other funding is there, like our plan is in place to help us execute quickly. So, but what you said, Councilor Teeter, I totally agree with the statements you were making.
I think just the safe streets thing from like the staff perspective, like it's great to have a goal around that. And I think what Councilor Hessen said before, the idea of we set policy, it's a great idea to set that direction. And then the policy around some of it in my mind is like, okay, the pavement condition index, what do you want? And then we tell you all the ways that we think we're going to get there, right? Like these are projects that are going to help us move forward on that. And, then you can measure against those things the importance and the intensity, right? Like if we're going to say that this is going to cost 10 million to get to whatever number, maybe we want to change the number, or maybe we're good with that and we're going to invest that much. But it helps us realign the budget dollars, the intensity of the work, and it frankly helps staff who are doing this work, to your point, regardless of whether it has to get done. It does have to get done, but they see themselves in it. They see the importance of their work, and frankly, everybody relies on it. From safety, relying on getting to calls quicker. All of those things are part of an overall system. And so just that piece of like setting the policy now of, yes, this is the goal, and we can inform you, this is what this means. That's good planning, I hope.
Not counterpoint. I think it's helpful to do a little framing for the council. I've been going through this exercise recently where I'm helping someone understand a lot of the progression the city has made, despite the budget shortfalls, the very boring goals, the one how you're doing, and why I think housing and some of the things that we're talking about are really important. I mean, since this council has been in configuration, we have the end of single family zoning. We have a year-round shelter. We have systematic affordable housing commitments for 10% of our population. We will have affordable housing built, but when our Fifth and Western is done. We have given money to Proud Ground to work on economic prosperity because we know home ownership is one of the most upward ways of mobility. We are going to have a senior affordable housing project coming on with childcare in our downtown core, putting in the center two of our populations that mean the most to us, our young and our aging. We have a safe parking program that no one talks about, which is really great from a mayor's perspective because it's happening without fanfare, but it is important and it is part of the ecosystem of keeping people safe. We've eliminated parking minimums. We have a complete street policy. We have the downtown loop that is just starting to have. We have generation water investments. When I go back east to the Mayor's Consortium, do you know what most mayors are fighting from an equity standpoint? Safe drinking water. Safe drinking water is the #1 concern of mayors that are likely east of Colorado. That is not something, not only do we not have that problem, we invested in the North Transmission Line. Is that sexy to tell people? No, but that is a third redundancy water system to make sure that our community not only has affordable drinking water, but safe and clean. And so a lot of what we are doing continues to show forward. I just want to encourage you guys to talk about it differently so you could see wins. We are housing people. We have 10% of our population. We are doing work in childcare. We are doing work on safe streets. And, if we win the Mayor's Innovation Project, like, of course, like it is for mayors, but it would provide us 2 FTE to work on housing, the thing that we care the most about. I've heard this group talk about ADUs, middle housing, getting it done. And so when it's up here, then Jenny and I can work together on the different resources that come around and come about. So, but again, how many people in our community know that we didn't sue the state over CFAC, that we ended single-family zoning, that we got sued over removing auto uses out of our downtown core? We are making massive progression despite our budget challenges. But if we want to keep going, it's important for us, to Councilor Hartmeyer-Prigg's point, to keep our focus a little bit narrow. And then it's the job of the staff to help get us the resources to get there and to tell us when we have to make trade-offs. So I want to advocate that we keep housing up there because we have a lot coming online, but a lot at stake. And I think broadening transportation outside of the TSP is important to me because we have the Loop project, and then there, Ashley is working on, the bus rapid transit with Metro. There's a lot that are coming that we're going to have to focus down on transportation on top of. But it isn't going to matter if we can't fund it or tell people that we're doing it.
Ashley? Oh, I'm finally getting it. Okay. Thank you, Mayor, for those comments. And so, I mean, I do think that we've started to narrow in on some of these kind of core areas of potential focus. And what I'm hearing, and I just want to check my assumptions here, is defining these priorities, what's most important, and then allowing staff to inform and bring back to council what that looks like in terms of resources that are available, areas of investment, these sorts of things. And so again, sort of setting the policy direction, whether it's safe streets, affordable housing, or housing, housing for all. Those are not your words. Safety, some of these big buckets. And then we had economic, small business prosperity. Like those were the things that seemed clustered there, in addition to not losing sight of the need to spend time, energy, resources, commitment, communication, and all the other things toward the financial sustainability efforts. So comments on that, and make sure, just checking assumptions here, that I'm hearing that accurately in the room. Jenny, would you want to?
And I just want to confirm what I think that I'm walking away with here, which is good government in the context of fiscal stewardship. I think you said, communication, tech, infrastructure, and safe streets, and that we heard a number of things that fall under that. So I won't get into the details. Affordable housing, or housing in general, economic development, and safety. I mean, those are kind of the main things. And I'm thinking of creative ways, maybe for those that we have some outliers that didn't fall in. So I'll come back with maybe how to address that potentially, and then council will kind of make the final decision. But I just want to make sure that it's those 5 things that I think you guys are kind of coalescing around. Is that accurate? Yes, that was the infrastructure and safe streets. Yes.
Yeah. So assuming that's true, what I would like to do is to take just a quick 5-minute break and write them down so that we can all see them together and look at them with fresh eyes and talk about what does this mean in the context of the next budget cycle, 12, 18 months, right? How is it going to be used? Clarify any questions and make sure that everybody's crystal clear and in agreement about what are, the critical drivers informing the budget and extra levels of staff energy. Kevin.
I want to make one ask, and I think it's for after this weekend.
Yeah.
I recognize that Councilor Tivnon is not able to be with us, so if there's a way for I need to talk with her after this and make sure she's bought in too, and as her ideas reflected, that would be really good.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
and absolutely, we will do that. And when we come back, I can also pull up my notes because I have the list of priorities that she shared when we spoke. Definitely, we will make sure. There's no major outlier here that I'm hearing from what she has shared previously, but I'll make sure that you guys know what that is and it's incorporated. Definitely. Okay. All right. Other just general comments? Are we okay with taking a quick? Yes, please.
Just, I mean, the one thing that I don't think my stuff was out of line, but I'm also worried about us potentially entering into a recession year at the federal level, and the state we already know is looking at across the board cuts. Does that change any of this for us? I guess that's a question my colleagues
You advocating to add something to the board?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to
I'm just saying,
clarify.
does it make sense for us to focus on these things if there's a way less money? or something
Well,
like
I
that?
think there is,
just haven't thought of it.
there's way less money, but here, like, the governor all of a sudden cares about economic development. She put together a task force. Begrudgingly, Metro, we should all convince them not to because it's mission creep, but they want to start focusing on economic development. So I think our, nonprofit incubator, our support of our startup, like, Impact Beaverton, like we're doing a lot of in this area. And I think if we could be a force multiplier, it's a way to get money from Travel Oregon and some of these other places. Transportation will be the talk of the town because it's going to be on the ballot. So we're going to have to get used to not only talking about it, but defending it, communicating about why it's important. And we need to tell people we have skin in the game. And I think that's really important. Housing continues to be the #1 issue in Oregon. And so I think we're in a good alignment there. And safety resounds, no matter how you're framing or talking about it. Everyone is very interested in safety. So I don't really think any of that is out of line, but I think Jocelyn and the effort of like, we're going to have to just be okay with communicating things a little bit differently, which is why communication matters and who's the right messenger and what it is. And I think the hardest part about being an elected official, and I feel that right now, I had someone last week saying you're not doing enough, which is true. I don't think any of us are doing enough, but we're also not putting it on social media. So we have to be okay with getting kicked in the gut sometimes, doing the right thing. And can't always communicate every single move that we're doing, but we need staff to communicate a certain way too. So I think that those priorities are very strategic with what the state is doing right now. And so I feel like when we can align ourselves that way, it's going to make a big difference.
It also allows you to say that collectively, then I see you, Dan, it also allows you to say collectively, these are the things we think are most important for the near term. So you have the ability to have that conversation. And if the money is reduced or the things happen, you can still say, these are the things that matter. This is all we can do right now. And so now let's switch over to the levy side of that, right? And so if you don't have them on there, you don't have anything to emphasize and point to.
Nancy said more or less what I was going to say, but I think the example for me is the climate action plan and, the idea that we as a community have decided this is important. And we also see that feds are not agreeing that it is as important and there's not as much money. And so we're still moving forward, but it's the question of with implementation, what are the near-term things and what is the long game? And so I think it's from a staff perspective, it's still important for your goals to be out there for us to know what to work towards. And then it's just a question of agreeing on implementation plans. So it shouldn't change anything.
Yeah, and again, just going to keeping in mind that, you're going to be initiating a broader strategic planning process that's going to allow for, broader conversations around these topics and a longer horizon. And so that should be beneficial. We're in this interim period where we're trying to establish some clear focus and priorities to inform this next cycle, really in particular. So look at that. Go Jocelyn.
Wanted to add to what the mayor was saying. We are seeing at the state level 5% cuts from each agency budget, but Senator Lieber, who chairs Ways and Means, has reached out to cities and is talking with cities about what our priorities are going into those cuts. And the League of Oregon Cities put together a letter that we were a part of that included high-level priorities that largely match what you're looking at right now. So if you're thinking about safety, quality infrastructure, economic development, and housing, those are the top 4 that cities across the state are saying we cannot afford to see cuts in. And then we're also looking at what does that mean programmatically at the state level that may be on the chopping block. And those are things that I can bring back to you and staff can bring back to you as they evolve over session.
Okay. All right. Oh, that was not that. Okay. Looking at all of your cards, I don't see anything standing up at the moment. So let's just take a quick stretch. We're going to summarize this and we'll put it on a slide so we can all see it together. And I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and that there aren't, leftover questions or anything outstanding. So actually, top of the hour. Let's aim for the top of the hour to come back together. Okay. Yeah, and if anybody's cold, see the mayor.
Exactly. We have a way to fix that.
Okay. to the side.
Early stop sharing this. I think I've got the categories, but. Prosperity. Support for small businesses.
Yeah.
Yep. Just say like levy and deficit. Yep. Several that were already transportation, mass route. Yeah. And also like traffic calming. Back and look, but. I mean, the words on the sheet are not more specific, like they didn't give us more to work with than just.
And the other thing that we might want to remove is
So why don't I put that in a different color and I'll put it across all of them.
perfect.
Okay, cool. No, I think just want to make sure. What do you think would, I think
Do it.
You want me to share this now and, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then can you do another slide? Or maybe it's, I can just, what is it? Like, what do you want to celebrate?
Oh, I'll put a slide together on that.
So we try to take the essence of.
Coming.
You want to just. So five priorities here. So fiscal sustainability. That's fiscal pressure, right? Gonna multiply. Driving budget pressure, don't know that. Okay, so financial sustainability, that's. Affordable housing, really, that's the current projects that are underway, keeping them going. Like, continue progress on the and traffic calming. I don't have to say it all again, right? It's just a joke. Next one, now it is much louder. Next one, small business support. So this is economic development, and maybe that's still part of the economic development plan update, but really focusing on small business support specifically, and then safety as the fifth priority within this framework. Along the right-hand side there, if you can't read sideways or in blue color, that's communication engagement. And to the mayor's point, you know, that's kind of fundamental to a lot of this work. So it touches all of those pieces, which is why we structured it that way.
Yeah, can I, on the small business, I mean, I think we want it to be economic development, not just small business.
Okay.
I mean, obviously focusing on small business to make sense for our bread and butter, but we got to think, I mean, we do have one of the world's headquarters of a famous company here, and there are other things that we have to do to create the economic environment that supports small business. So I would just advocate either reversing or a little bit bigger from that.
Okay, everybody else okay with that? We put it that way simply because that's what the notes were on the Post-its, but it certainly can be, that's the emphasis when that, in that, everybody good? Okay, excellent, great. All right. Anything else need to change, clarify? Yeah, Kevin.
I like these, and my priorities are reflected in it. I think one of my thoughts is going out of this as the report is prepared afterwards, seeing how these priorities align with the information community survey could be helpful, a helpful starting point for me, just to see where the community's values reflect on that, so we can track it over the next several.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Ashley and then Nadia.
I'm just curious if we wanted to add any parenthesis after safety, since we did kind of give at least some little bit of example. I think adding something in safety there about like preserving levels of service, restoring bike team. I don't know if I'm being too specific, right? But I do think we should maybe have a little bit more on that, just since we have it on the others.
Right. Okay. So let's talk about that for a moment. And what does that look like? So thinking about it in the context of creating a budget and trying to recognize success 12, 18 months from now, what does that look like? If you're trying to define that, what does that represent from your perspectives? Safety. Staffing levels?
Yeah, staffing levels and like definitely like I do think restoring bike team is one that I would like to see on there. We had another example that we've been talking about earlier today. Mental health. Yeah, like we had talked potentially about getting our staff like reestablished into that program if we could. But I think like and let's see, staffing levels, yeah. And like with staffing levels, that's like making sure that our response time, right? You could add a metric in there, right? If you wanted to have a response time or amount of teams active at once, or I'm not sure what the KPI might be, but I think that the staffing and service levels is kind of like that's the foundation of our plan around safety, right? You got to have that core service to maintain. Yeah.
So a couple comments. First of all, I think for each of these, we could probably put together KPIs. These are not too hard to identify, and that would be a good way to kind of keep an eye on it and see the impacts of investment. And then with the different examples you provided, it sounds to me a lot like capacity, right? Ensuring and maintaining capacity. You mentioned restoring, but it's capacity generally, if you're trying to define that and have some ability to navigate that within the budget. Is that fair? Okay. All right. Yeah. And then I know Nadia had a comment too.
This is expanding on the safety. When we've been talking about the financial planning over the past weeks, one of the words associated with this topic was protect. And so just protecting the services or protecting the tailored services that we can provide.
As opposed to maintain, you mean?
Yeah, as opposed to, well, there's Jenny or Elizabeth, and there's protect, preserve, and maintain. Maintain was for streets, preserve was for general operations, and then protect was for safety services. So protecting.
To be consistent with the messaging.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but throw that out there.
Okay. Great. Nadia?
Originally, I was going to say something, and then now hold on, I need a second. When I had written my post-it, which is build safety based on economic prosperity, I was thinking a lot really of what's happening right now, which is people who don't feel safe, and that safety to them right now for some of them is not police. So what does that look like, or what does that mean? I do, of course, support, oh, well, it's gone. But like the bike team, I think that there are certain things that I do think are really critical. So I want to say that. And then my other sort of post-it, which isn't like in here, but it's like weaved in the priorities, was around really connecting vulnerable communities. So again, I'm just coming from a place like, we helped a dozen families in the last week, right? Make sure that they didn't get evicted because somebody, their breadwinner was abducted. So I just want to kind of call that out. I don't think that it's not here, but maybe for like staff to hear, that's kind of what's been on my mind in terms of like what we're seeing kind of live on the streets right now.
Thank you.
I think just to follow on to that, like and maybe it's adding community safety, Nadia, instead of it just being safety, because I do like, there's so much of that is, our community safety, our public safety is more than law enforcement. And I think that's a big part of what our like our PD tries to help emphasize is the strength of our community. So I like kind of making sure that it encapsulates like, what does safety feel like?
Well, these may be conversations you have to continue to have as you're working through the budget, right? Because you're going to have, choices you have to make. And so I think it's okay to have that in there, but just keep in mind that there may need to be some refinement and some conversation that comes.
Just comment for economic development for small businesses or not. It's not just throwing money at it, designated budget for it, but I think we have to go back and say, what do we got for all the investments that we have made? And we assess that, see if it's effective, what is our ROI on these? And if it doesn't work, then we have to change things around. So a lot of times it's just, let's budget it, let's help people. No, we need to reassess the investments that we've been making. If it was anything other, I don't say anything, but because it's economic development, the city has to have a positive return on it. That's why I just want to make a comment on that.
And maybe it's a longer term play as you're thinking about even through the strategic plan, you know, what does that look like? What does that mean? How do you evaluate the impact and success? Mayor?
Well, and I would just say this is probably like a prime example of like where our hearts, like, right? We gave a lot of money during COVID that we didn't see an ROI on. It was to keep them afloat and open, right? And like, that was the most important thing we could do. And the majority of the money goes to women-owned, minority-owned businesses that need extra levels of support and more funding and infrastructure. So if we took that same money and then funded it into well-established middle-class white dudes, we'd probably see a larger ROI. And so I want to make sure that like we understand that like, you know, like opening this taco place at the parking garage does not make sense for us to be involved. What it cost for us to do that was astronomical. And so sometimes we say one thing and then we're holding staff to a different level of success. So we really need to understand how we're investing and what that means. And I think safety obviously can mean a lot of things. It means safety to walk and bike and live to school, which means we need like, you know, officers out on the street, like when we're walking our kids to school, you know, cyclists have protected lanes. You're safe in your home, that when you call 911 and not just for scary stuff. I just did a ride along with TVFNR. We got a lot of phone calls for heart attacks. And if it takes an hour to respond, they're dead. And so safety in your home. Yeah. To ask for help, no matter what your immigration status is. And we have gone above and beyond the cities in the region in developing that. Are we going to be everyone's everything? Absolutely not. Does it allow us to continue to thrive? We're doing a community-wide event with other cities on Tuesday. It helps us keep going in the same direction. We stand with a lot of our immigrants when they like in refugee community. We're safe in climate and safe to have a voice. People come in here and yell at us all the time. And so I don't want to narrow safety so much that we can't use it to explain how we're already doing these things. We're going out for a safety levy though. Right. So we're going to be talking about safety a lot. So I just want to encourage my 7 colleagues to think a lot about what safety is. And this is the area of compromise that's going to take all of us to do it. Because what safety means to Councilor Hassan is probably not what safety means to me. Not that one is better than the other. We just have different lived experience. I grew up in a household where my dad was in prison. Safety to me means fiscal security, being able to know that there's health care. The way that she was raised, it means something totally different. And both are true for our community. But how are we going to walk this line to get our levy over the line? So where does compromise and how do we want to have safety? And safety, I would argue, fall into every single one of these categories that we're talking about, just like communication.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right. I mean, I think the safety conversation and the nuance within that is going to be important throughout the duration of the budget development process, because when you are all encompassing, all of a sudden you're not providing criteria to measure against, right? And so you have to have some conversation around what does that mean? What are the trade-offs? What are we going to choose one over the other? And it's not going to be fun or easy, but I think that you're going to have to really be intentional about that. So that not everything just becomes, well, I can just write it to safety, and so we don't have to cut anything, right? Because you're going to have to. So just food for thought. I think putting it as community safety is a nice way to get that started, to get that seated in terms of a broad conversation, because it does touch a lot of different ways. So, okay. Thank you.
Sorry, microphones are hard. I wonder if safe streets should just be complete streets, but I hesitate for that too, because like we need to include other forms of mobility besides a car, like in this, but I also don't want to bog us down in semantics around. Because it was like safe streets and then it was just safety. And I was like, well, I think of safety as like not getting killed on my ride here or my walk here,
Right. Well, so good question for the group actually, because if we're talking about safe streets and we're talking about safety broadly defined, do you have it double dipping in a way, right?
Each street.
No, the complete street has like a very specific policy connotation. Yeah.
Agreed. But is it more about, transportation, traffic, roads? Like, is there some dimension, infrastructure? Like, what is it that you want to focus on within the safe streets? We talked about it as being a broad by design. But I do think that given the mayor's comments, if we're going to have safety be able to touch and reflect so many different dimensions, then we probably have it. Well, except for that, I mean, I think that the survey results and through the conversations previously, the roads, sidewalks, those things are, I was hearing anyway, important. And so I think that you run the risk of missing something if you don't have that in there. I don't want to put words in any of your mouths because it's your choice, but yeah, I think that was something that came through. Nadia. Oh.
I just want a point of clarification. I mean, we're not like this is just a very general framework. Okay, because I see us continuing to have this conversation.
You're going to have to continue to have the conversation.
So that we're on the same page.
That's right. That's right. Well, we have some of the words in there, obviously the TSP, the loop, traffic calming. So we have some definers a little bit in there. So maybe that's sufficient for today. Energy. Dan?
I think these are projects, so it's not as helpful, to be honest. I think safe streets, it would be more helpful to focus on, something a little higher level, I guess, in the sense of, what we're hoping for, whether it's traffic, we're addressing traffic, we're addressing vehicle safety or pedestrians, we're trying to encourage more transit, something that is a little higher level. Yeah. Mobility. Yeah.
Right. Well, and I think mobility was the term that was in the survey that results you presented earlier, right? Yeah.
So Dan, I'm just trying to kind of digest what you said. And so I'd love to hear from you or others, like what would be maybe a more helpful, like I also don't want to like go like debate words, but also if something different would be helpful, to like help make sure that there's just like common understanding. To Councilor Huslin's point, we have more, dialogue and this will continue, but I'm just curious, like would you suggest something else?
I think the idea mobility would be something, there's a difference though too, in the sense of like streets, are you thinking, or even safety around the streets, are you thinking like pedestrian safety? Are you thinking like vehicle safety? Because then it's like, are we building something? Are we, doing a program around something? And I think that's the nuance that I would like staff to be able to present to you all.
Yeah.
Is, give us sort of the streams, if you want to call it that, right? Like what are the areas within one of these 5 top priorities? What are the areas that you would like us to address? And then, we'll try to give you that sense of, here are things that we think are going to be impactful in the short term, the medium term, the long term, and some sense of cost of those. Because I think the more prescriptive you are, the more we're already down a path spending money on something, and we're not sure that how it compares, and we have that whole discussion, right? Like if we can just level up and think about it holistically, then you're really seeing everything at an even playing field, rather than like going down a path on like, okay, well, we need to implement that project.
Yeah. And I think like when I wrote down safe streets, I'm thinking about no matter who the user is in our transportation system, they're safe. And so that is the person walking, rolling, biking, driving, right? And that's where like the infrastructure piece of like the roads themselves, when they break down, they're less safe for vehicles. And then in turn for pedestrians. if you think about like I know we just did a ton of ADA ramps, amazing like safety improvement effort. And we talked about maybe like a broken trail system or lack of sidewalks, things like that. So I think that I definitely think of it as
Infrastructure.
it's an infrastructure maybe concept, but I also appreciate that like in kind of the other things, we're not really telling you the how through a project lens. And on that one, we kind of have these project lenses. So I like the idea of like making sure we're bringing up, like, like to me, the priority is anyone using that infrastructure feels safe and is actually safe. And so then again, then the how is the project and program work that is delivered, I guess. And we have said doing the TSP is an important thing for us to do. And I don't want to disrupt or slow that down, right? I do think it should continue to be a priority. So I'm good with, I guess, adjusting to make sure that that intent is clear. And also, I don't know if my colleagues agree with my definition of safe streets. Like when I just said what that meant to me, like, does that resonate in terms of like what you would think of that priority, I guess?
I would agree with that, actually, but I would add this, though. I don't think it's all just building roads. Like I asked the other night about a specific policy because like as a cyclist, it sucks when you're riding and all of a sudden there's a sign in the middle of the bike lane telling you that it ends. And like that's a policy decision someone has made that says that's okay. And like that materially affected my safety, and it happens to hundreds of people every single day. And we need to change that from a policy. It should be quick, should be easy, but and I want to inform staff like I want to give them that as a priority, right? Like not tactically, but like bring those things to us, right? Beyond just building the roads.
Yeah, and I think that's why, like, to me, this umbrella term of like, I kind of like that enhanced mobility or whatever, because you were put in an unsafe position because a sign was placed in a bikeway, and not just you, but everyone that used the bike path that day, So yes, it's not just about the roads we build, right? Because it's so much more than that. It's so like we're building a system that is so much more than just a system for cars.
I think the feedback is really helpful. What I want to just make sure that we're clarifying is that if we are going to focus on that, it's a redistribution and a reallocation of resources. This is nothing new. So I think the how is going to be really important when we come back to you after hearing kind of your feedback about what we can do within existing allocation. So I want to be clear because I got a little nervous that it felt a little newish. And so we do need to kind of, move the deck chairs around a little bit, but that's just kind of my 2 cents at this moment.
There's a piece that I think we're forgetting about this, that we're going to give our priorities to the city manager that will come back with a work plan.
Yep.
Maybe a policy about not putting something in the bike lane ends up in there. And it's the same, we all get annoyed at each other for doing it. We get annoyed at Councilor Hassan, we get annoyed at me, we get annoyed at everybody that's like, this thing, my community, my person is telling me they don't want this in the bike lane. Now we all need to have this on the priority list. I'm just saying, like, we got to give this to the city manager to come back with a work plan. Now, your job as an elected official is to lobby the city manager about what's important to land in the work plan.
That's done in a public setting, at the dais, when there's.
I'm just saying, there is gonna be a work plan that comes back. And so we have an opportunity to say, no, that's not what we said. We think we're missing the mark here. We want you to add this. And she's gonna have to give us, this is the trade-off. Because I agree with you. I don't think there should be shit in the bike lanes. And it seems easy to fix. But every time we add something new, I want us to get into this muscle where the city manager comes back and says, we will do this, but we will not do this and this. And we have to get used to those trade-offs. So I think what's missing is the work plan. And so she's going to have to do a work session with us or kind of take our feedback and come back with that work plan. But that's where I think we're going to check a lot of these assumptions if we're right or not.
Well, it's the work plan and then how that translates to the budget, right? And ultimately, what do you fund is what's going to inform all this and what deck chairs are residing in what parts of the budget. So absolutely. Did you have a comment, Dan?
I had one. My name is kind of just what the mayor said. I think all of these, I envision all these is just work cascading down, and I mean that in a good way. But it's cascading amongst our different work plans in the department. And to me, a lot of these, like, at first blush, I had looked up there and I was like, ooh, that's a lot of CDD. But honestly, it isn't. It should touch every single department. Because anytime we're doing something that adjusts code or certain thing, well, that's attorney resources. Safe streets, I think that could also include PD, eyes on the street, enforcement, and just on and on and on. And yeah, to me, the simpler, the more general, the better. And then I think it gives us the flexibility to be reactive amongst our work plans to cascade from there. Yeah.
But CDD does have the most money, so I expect them to be in these plans a lot. Every other department head in this room. So.
Well, and so just to check, because I think this is important. And so the delicacy here is that they are inclusive enough that they touch the variety of departments, but they're specific enough that they're not just everything and everybody gets to do all the stuff, because that's not the world. That's not the reality. And
but
so
I'm sorry, I want to make one more point because I lectured the council, but now I need to save them. We have to see what we're asking for in this work plan. We have to see some of the stuff that we could go to the voters and talk about, because our job in communication is way different. And so I just want to encourage you guys to suck up to us by writing things in the plan that we can see ourselves, because it is incredibly important for us that we see victories. And it is, I tell this to our senior staff all the time, it is important for elected officials to have wins. They're not manufactured. It's why people send us to office. And it's really hard when people send you with an agenda and you go, it's the year of the boring. Sorry, I can't do those things. So help us get some of the things that we're repeatedly talking about. And if we need to whip the votes, we could do the votes. But like, there's got to be some wins in this year for the council. We're going to ask an awful lot of us and an awful big lift of us to do things this year in the middle of 3 elections. So just keep that in mind.
yeah, I mean, I think that if I might just add on to that comment, because one of the things I also heard in the interviews was that while you're making difficult choices and there are trade-offs and you're not going to be able to do everything, that you don't also want to lose what makes Beaverton unique and special. And so, you want to make sure that, that it's complicated calculus, right, that you're working through here. And so, I don't know, kind of, I think that touches a little bit to what you're saying as well, Mayor, in terms of making sure that you still have those things you can celebrate in the community. So, all right, well, so let's table this. I think we have enough here, unless there is anybody who has, that's agitated or has clarifying comments. Oh, you do.
I'm not, I walked over to look at what was up there, and I did feel that everything, there was like one that was about smart tech, but it was Jenny's, so I was kind of like, I mean, so I feel like I saw everything up there. So I do want to like just say like I saw that, and I hope. No, but I don't think it means that. It's the ERP, and it's still coming. But I just want to say that, like, I wanted to do the check, and I encourage you all to do the same. So I do feel like, but to the mayor's point, like, yeah, we're gonna want to see some magic, because if we're gonna have to
still happen, even though it didn't make the cut, Travis.
You get to own the technology of the police body cams. Win-win.
So.
No, but I think that what you're saying, and I think that what you're describing is what I came away from after the conversations I had with each of you, and that is that there's a lot of alignment here, and that's a great place to start. And so it's really being honest, being open, sharing perspectives, and oh boy, it's come back up, and working from that starting point. Go ahead, Kevin.
We've got the 5 listed here. We also have the council top priority of financial recovery listed up there. And I was wondering if the financial recovery is up at the top in the big bold blue.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure if we're gonna move to like that part in a minute. Like, I would love to keep that there is what I'm saying. I still feel like that needs to be a top priority, the financial.
In terms of this graphic right here, that you can still keep financial recovery across the top of the page.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's last year's. Yeah. That provided so much clarity for staff that I think it was really important. And I would like to keep. Oh, does Dan have a counterpoint again? Okay.
Counterpoint. No. I think it does provide clarity, but it also is a question of what do y'all mean, right? So that question of, seeing yourself in as staff, like, are we here to just reduce everything or be efficient with everything, or what does it mean? So I think, kind of along the lines of the 5 that we've got going on here, some sub to it would help. And I think would help to sort of moderate as well, like who's in charge of that? You know, is it a finance project or is it a community or an organization-wide project? And I think it's that, but how do you see yourself in it is challenging, or it can be.
Okay.
What I'm hearing though is that the ability to keep that at top of mind in view all the time was helpful. And that's what I'm hearing. And so, I mean, I think there's a way to slice it where you have these priorities and you can still say, we got to solve this. Like that's what we got to achieve.
I appreciate that. I don't think that we need it here. I feel like when I look at those 5, it's there. But I understand where you're coming from. I see that as last year's personally.
And let me just, I think it was very important for last year. Look at all the work we did. Look at all the presentations Elizabeth did. Look at all the organizational understanding of where we are in the budget. It just turns out it sucks and it's going to be this way forever. I think it is still really important for next year, but I think the council really had a hard time with it. I mean, less than what staff kind of going off and doing whatever they wanted. We collectively have to see wins. And I don't know if we get them, if we just set our priority at that rate. And it's really hard to see victory in it. And so we're not making the final decision today, but it's something to think about overnight till tomorrow, is that we all agree to things as elected officials. And then the next meeting, we're like, what about our 11 things we wanted? So like, how do we see enough victories in what we're doing with staff direction? And I will also say the amount of inquiries that Jenny and I get, and we talk about how we reduced homelessness and opened the shelter, the number one thing we say is we focused. We made the problem accessible. We didn't say solve homelessness in Beaverton. We said solve homelessness in a 2-block radius of the library, then another block, then another block. And so how do we set staff up in a way that the problem's not so large that they go home every day because the problem's too big to solve? How do we make it so annoying that they work to finish it and they take those steps towards the goal? And that's what I think maybe we lost out of it last year. But I think also every decision we made was through finance last year. We're going to have to do that again this year. But I think this is an ongoing issue.
All right. Well, and you to the most point, Ashley?
Yeah, I think because Councilor Teeter and I talked a little bit about how helpful it was for us as individual counselors to have a singular focus. I think that by having that focus and the work sessions that came along with it, I do think as a collective council, our knowledge and our frame of reference for our decision making was like, we are more informed, right? We can make better decisions now, I think, because of that focus. And I think like with each conversation, like we're getting closer, or we're getting more focused, and now we know like the how. We have levy and fee ahead of us. So I think it did really serve a purpose. And I think by keeping it as one of our 5, and we're like permanently now going to have that lens. I totally appreciate what you're saying though, because I think when we had kind of one thing, but I guess maybe hearing from staff that like, oh, we didn't really know what you meant by that. Like now we've kind of said now through these other priority areas, and now we have this financial, fiscal, sustainable lens, right? Like, I mean, it's going to be how we frame our budget, so anyways, I just think it's really healthy for us to be talking like this too, because we do need to hear that staff perspective. Like I thought that was a pretty clear top priority to give. And Dan's like, what? We didn't know what you meant. So I think also like maybe coming out of tomorrow, we should like have that gut check of like, hey, staff, do you know what we mean? Did we give you clear, and I think like also a tool we used throughout this year was like, we did use more and more motions to indicate our consensus too. And sometimes it's just really clear when we have consensus, we don't need that. And there's other times where like, we're all looking at each other like, do we agree? So I think it would like, if we leave tomorrow and Dan is going, what the hell do they mean? Like, then we didn't do our job. So I definitely I like that we're talking in this way. I think it's helpful for us to then get more clear together.
Well, these are just operating norms for how you are going to engage this process too, as a council and as leadership in the city. And so this is all really helpful. I don't want to forget, you asked about Councilor Tiffin, her priorities. And so these are from my notes. And so public safety was it. So she said, the levy and transportation fee highest priorities to fund the following. So she had kind of the thinking that we've been engaging in, her head already had gone there. So within that, she said, public safety, transportation infrastructure, preserving the economic climate we currently have, clearing roadblocks for housing, and advocacy at the legislative level at the state level. That doesn't make any sense, but those I typed. So we'll just say legislative advocacy.
So we could have just taken that and saved our whole day. And just kidding. I love though, like how, like
It's so aligned. It's so aligned.
go Beaver.
So, yeah, exactly. So anyway, but that being said, we will obviously still have her weigh in on the final set. So that's not her, she doesn't have to do from the early version to the end version. But as is pointed out, we get to be back together tomorrow evening. And so we will have a chance with some fresh eyes to take a look at this, to affirm and make sure that it's clear, it makes sense, that it reflects the things that are most important. And then let staff come back with a work plan and what that will look like. And then we are going to spend the balance of our time tomorrow really doing kind of a soft launch on discussions around the future for Beaverton and getting ready to move into a strategic planning process. So those will be what we're doing tomorrow. So closing comments, maybe in one word, how are we feeling today? Let's just everybody think of one word and we'll do kind of a quick around the room just to give ourselves a little bit of closure for today and answering questions. All right, Nadia, you can go first.
Hopeful.
Hopeful. Awesome. Excited?
Excited. Progress.
Progress. Okay, here we'll come this way. Stacy, you're next. This way you get words. Otherwise, these people are going to be very sad.
I'm going to go optimistic.
Okay.
More clarity.
Okay. Hyphenated.
Aligned.
I would go with more clarity as well.
Say it again.
Clarity.
Clarity. Okay. Councilor Duggar.
Also aligned.
Also aligned. Patricia?
Optimistic.
Okay. Amy?
Mature.
Sure. Nice.
Aligned.
Say hopeful.
How about curious to see what happens next?
Words, but we'll go with curious. Gotcha, Scott.
Hopeful.
Hopeful.
Excited.
I love that. Excited. Excited to go home. Okay. All right, that's fair. Andy?
Energized. Exclamation point.
Energized. Nicole?
I'm sticking with the line.
It seems like lots of people are saying that too. Dan, then we'll round up with the mayor.
Aligned.
Counterpoint, united.
Oh, all right. Very good. Okay. Well, thank you guys for everything, all your time, energy, input today. We'll see you tomorrow at 4, and we will continue our journey. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Jocelyn
you.
has your sweatshirts.